productive, then you'll be the first one to leave. So I think one of the things that are going on as well is looking at the management practices. As Madame has rightly said, if your staff are motivated to work well and are working in relatively good conditions, they'll be more productive. And if you look at the difference in productivity between the formal sector and the informal sector, you'll find that the formal sector, which has good jobs, good benefits, stable income, are a lot more productive than the informal sector. So I think those are some of the things that, as the reality of a wage increase is probably going to happen, employers are going to start saying, well, how can I have a narrow team, a smaller team, but very highly productive?
All right. Just before I just jump to Kasim for a bit, I want us to put some graphics up which show some figures from the survey. We have the Economic Survey 2017 showing the figures for 2016 against those of 2015, which show us in terms of the employment numbers. This is actually the wages paid in the private sector. Now we have motor vehicle repair actually had the highest wage, this is in the private sector, and the total came to 147 billion shillings. It's very interesting that this is under wholesale and retail, and motor vehicle and motorcycle repair actually is what got the highest. Manufacturing, guys in manufacturing got paid about 114 billion shillings. Financial and insurance got 109 billion, and construction got 97.8 billion. This is from the Economic Survey of 2017. We have a different graphic which is showing us the number of jobs, the employment numbers of jobs that were created in the year. This is also just some of the payments paid in the private sector. This is ICT got 95 billion, transportation 81.5 billion, and we have agriculture.
Agriculture should be much higher. And that's why, again, I'm coming back to policy, Dan. Agriculture should be much, much higher. And if you allow me, I'm sure Anzetse has made a comment which she didn't realize the wider impact on the payment of cess, etc. She's right, but she's an economist. I was just going to qualify the statement and say it is even more painful to know that you're paying these cesses and taxes and whatnot for them to go to be stolen. So again, back to the issue of the overarching principle of leadership and collective responsibility as a country. I think once again, for me, I take a very macro look. We lack that sense of purpose. What am I in the guise of chasing just after money? What is really the bigger agenda in Kenya? For me as a businessman, yes, I'm making money, but am I creating jobs? Am I, for example, the instance Mwikali gave us, obviously leads to abuse of workers, where the market is such that the demand for jobs by far outstrips supply. You have workers who will overwork, their staff. They'll tell you, if you don't want the 10,000, go away, someone else wants it. They will tell you, I'm your boss, you are my worker, where can you take me? You have basically no rights. In fact, they will resort to us a form of modern day slavery. And so again, we come back to hark on the issue of lack of leadership. You know why, Dan? Because the situation with jobs, even though I'm sure the economist here wants to look at the fundamentals, the dynamics, etc., can be very much improved by creation of jobs, which calls for innovation, which again is lacking at both the national government and county government level. I was given an example yesterday for those who are on my Twitter, that, for example, county government of Nairobi, in trying to manage its issues, should have been innovative enough, for example, to pass a law that says, because Nairobians love to wash cars, that to wash a car for the middle class estates all over the place, you must use recycled water. That policy pronouncement creates opportunity for piping, for recycling, for management, for billing, for checking, etc. This is one of the ways that we have got to think, Dan, of a way to create jobs in this country.
All right. I just want us to put the graphic on the jobs on screen just so you can take a look at the jobs that were created in 2016 and those that were created in 2017. Rather, in 2016, according to the Economic Survey.
It's even believable.
Now, new jobs is at 832,900 jobs.
Wow.
Now, those went to the formal sector were 85,600. Informal sector, 747,300. This is about 90%. About 90% of the jobs created in 2016 were in the informal sector.
Kasim, how do we track that? How do we track that?
And what is the impact on just in terms of tax collection, for instance?
And also, how do we track that job creation? I'd like to know.
Okay, thank you. I think what you see there is that 70% of the jobs created in Kenya, or slightly over 70%, is actually in the informal sector.
Yeah.
And
Actually
we are
90.
it's actually
Yes, it's
heading to
90%.
90% at this point in time.
Yes.
And we were looking at a scenario in which we would have expected, if it's realistic from the what statistics are, in that many of these jobs were actually in the agricultural sector. And some of the jobs came up through the renewable energy sector and the rest of the sectors, and then the transportation. But the bigger question that comes into mind is that we are coming up with changing technologies, and we are not being able to even share the manpower to cope with the changing technologies. I want to give you an example in the transport sector. We are now putting up an SGR. Where will the truck drivers go? It's not clear. We are coming up with the issues like for example, putting the ICT activities as per the banking sector and all that. The banking sector has not been able to prepare for the ICT, and that's why they are being able to lay off many of the employees. We are having challenges in terms of data capture, just like he's asking. Most of these figures on many occasions as an econometrician, they are normally projected figures. And sometimes getting the actual figures is not very easy.
You need actuals.
And the actual figures can be found if we have a well-structured SME sector. We have an SME sector. The SME competitiveness in the country is not known. We've been grappling over having the SME data being put in place all the way from 1992. It's very difficult to even put it together. We have tried as an organization, for example, to go per county and try to be able to put these issues together. But what happens is that even the lifespan of the SMEs, you profile them today, you come 3 months down the lane, they have either changed business or stopped. So it's not very easy to track them. So most of these figures, actually projected figures, which normally change based on the indicators that are there. But I also wanted to say that they normally use what you call a Gini coefficient, which doesn't change over a long period of time. But the variability varies based on how they are.
But you know, I think we need to be, can I just say something? I think we need to be careful about not allowing innovation to happen for the sake of job keeping. I think we need to be very careful around that. We should not be saying what will the truck. It is their business to reinvent themselves. Let them hire the trolleys on the train and make their money that way.
But I don't think he's opposing it.
Let me just finish, because I think we're running the risk of saying that job creation is the objective rather than making the country progress, because there are two things going on here. I think number one, the first issue is that the informal sector is where jobs are being made, but where is that policy for the informal sector? I don't think, I've been singing this song, I think now for 3 years. I'm getting tired.
It's a hit song.
Yes, we have these policies that were started in sessional papers, number this. There was something that was developed in the 90s. We now have something that's being developed, but I am here to see a coherent informal sector strategy that will make sure that the jobs that are in the informal sector are of better quality, the work environments are better, and the people are being better taken care of. And also, if we have an informal sector policy, those MSCs, the micro and small enterprises that dominate that sector, can become more productive and more profitable. So I think that's one of the issues. I think the other issue, just to add on the point on minimum wage, one of the problems businessmen are having, particularly in manufacturing, is that it's the labor-intensive businesses that are going to be hit by this minimum wage. Now, if you look at the figures that you have there in terms of a minimum wage, in terms of wage increases, in the manufacturing sector, in the private manufacturing sector, wages increased by 7.2% last year, according to the economic survey.
Yes.
So we can't say the private sector is not trying to do its bit in terms of compensating its employees, even in those sectors that are labor-intensive. So I think we also need to balance that conversation.
And I just also want to point out something that Benji brought up. He talked about how people are overworked, some people
and underpaid.
Mikali, this is why we bring you in. Is there like legally, is there that binds an employer to the number of days that someone should work? Because you go to places where they say they work 6 days a week. Some will say it's only 5 days a week, take 2 days off. Some almost work throughout. Is there any kind of minimum that the employer should actually have?
Of course, the Employment Act defines the working hours of everyone. I think they're about, is it 40, 46 hours in a week? And that's where we have 8 hours in a day. But you see, the thing is, with technology, and I'll say here about social media, people find that their work has been extended. You look at WhatsApp groups that people receive, even when they have long finished their office hours and they've gone home, and there's a WhatsApp message there from your boss asking you, have you done ABCD? How do you qualify that?
And they'll send it on WhatsApp to see the blue ticks.
Exactly,
Yeah.
and
Sure you've read
in
it.
that WhatsApp group, your boss is there, everybody knows Mwikali is expected to do ABCD. The next day in the morning, it's like, did you do it? And if you don't do it, we lose that client. It almost becomes your fault. So there are certain technologies that have come in place also that have extended employees' work. So it's not just about the normal 8 to 5. It's actually work extending beyond. Weekends, people being called to go on promos, I don't know, whatever they are. I mean, that is still, the employee's time being taken up by the employer.
And so
the
they're
sad
entitled to
thing
claiming those days.
is not being compensated. So you can claim, you can be paid for the time that is in excess of the time that is being stipulated in your contract. You can be given time off to compensate for that time. That is time to rest, so that you're able to come back to your job and you're more productive. Those are the two options that are there. Option, of course, 3 is to say no. My contract stipulates this, but we go back to your boss saying, there are so many people out there, as Bencha has just said, who are knocking and wanting jobs. So you can't now pull that card to your boss. So you find people end up just being there, working.
So sometimes the boss is actually pretty much, I'm twisting you.
Exactly.
They know you need us, so we are going to sort of mistreat you.
But then, because there are a lot of young people watching, let us also not lose the principle of going beyond the call of duty. That is also a good work ethic, I'm guilty. I'm one of those guys who...
What's the balance point?
Exactly. It's always about hitting the balance. I didn't want to sit on a broadcast and kind of put it like, look, once 5 o'clock imefika, I'm done. You cannot find me, don't send me a message, etc. It's a balance point between going beyond the call of duty, at the same time, not being exploited. Sunday, you're still expected, you're still pushed around, etc. So maybe
But
as a HR person,
that,
push
Bencha,
to get...
because I've interacted with organizations where staff will come and talk about even meetings that are called close to 5 p.m. And those meetings go on up to
8
maybe
p.m.
8 p.m.
Yeah.
You got managers or supervisors who call for meetings very early in the morning, and they say, I'm a morning person, so I want to start off my day at 7. Yeah. You never go back to think how you have affected the time of that employee whose contract says 8 to 5. So there is a call of duty, I agree. Yes. But there is also certain levels of abuse that are there, and employees are just so... they have to work because they need to be paid, and they will not go out and...
But again, it's about the balance, because again, I find, and this, I don't know if you agree with me, I find that there's also an overarching mentality, especially in the civil service. 4:55, you just find people trooping like...
Finding someone from 1 to 2 lunch break is very difficult even.
That's a miracle.
That's true. That's true.
And I think we need to bear in mind that, number one, there are employers out there who want to keep their employees. Yeah, let's not make it look like all employers are bad and everyone's being exploited. Employers know how expensive it is to replace someone, particularly a good employee. It's very expensive. So there are incentives from an employer's point of view to treat people well so that they stay with you and you retain that institutional memory, you retain that institutional capacity, because the more you lose people, the more expensive it is for you not only to replace them, but all the money you lost that they could have brought into the company. That's number one. I think the second thing that we need to talk about in the context of wages and quality of work and all of that is management. In my experience, in the work that I've done in this country, I find that we Kenyans are really bad managers. We like to go on about, Kenyans, we're the best managers in the region, we're among the top in Africa, etc. I don't know how true it is. I think we do have a tendency as Kenyans to manage down rather than to manage up. We have a tendency to look at the people who are below us and be like, if that one goes too far, they can threaten my job. There is that mentality where there's an insecurity that people are not managing to bring out the potential in people. People are managing to contain the potential. And that affects productivity. Because if I know, if I try my best, so-and-so will think I'm outshining him or her, and then now I'm going to get headaches for the next 3 months. You just do your minimum, get your salo, and get out. So there's also a management issue. Yeah.
Especially for me, who has come also from the political world. You're vibrant, you're active, you have ideas. Rather than people now they look at you as a threat. And that is very limiting. It is we are growth averse. That's how come the political players of 30 years ago are still in the headlines today. And it's wrong, and we must talk about this thing.
Kasim.
From the private sector perspective, I think many technologies are coming up to try and look at the marginal productivity of the employees vis-a-vis their welfare. And I think they have come up with even the biometrics to try and see the time in, time out, and try to see how they can be able to quantify. But I used to have a lecturer who used to tell us that you can have the papers and take them to your grandmother. Because at that particular time, we are looking at what is it that you can be able to add value to that institution that you have. And just like my namesake says here, sometimes it's difficult to look at people with high productivity as competitors. On many occasions, I think he has suffered, many people have suffered, we have suffered in that scenario, because when you put in extra effort, sometimes you're looked at as a competitor in equal measure. And that's why we have had zero growth in terms of employees. Many newspapers, just like I had mentioned earlier, coming up to advertise positions of CEOs because there's been no transition between whoever is here at the moment and has he been able to bring up somebody to take up. The succession planning is not there, because they look at you. If you are able to be a competent employee, you are looked at as a threat instead of being looked at as an asset. Correct. And that's why even President Moi, maybe he's resting somewhere, he was better because you look at his deputy. His deputy was Professor George Saitoti, and he had several other people. But he wasn't as qualified as they were. But he knew that by putting these right people at right positions, then the productivity of the agency will be put.
Would you add Kibaki in that list as well?
Yes, partially, but not as the way President Moi had perfected. But it was a good balance.
That becomes, I don't know how much a policy can help solve that problem, really, because is that a policy issue? Is that a matter of individuals?
Because it's not even policy. It's a management strategy. I think people need to rethink their management strategies.
Well. Are you saying that there's people who sit in a management meeting and say, guys, let's make sure so-and-so does not rise?
I don't know about that, but you can tell when you're being managed down. Yeah. Yes. You can tell when you're being told, don't try and outshine me. And I think something else, just in terms of what he's saying, in terms of the issues that we're facing in terms of compensation and the issues that we're facing in terms of there being very little formal employment, our education system, nobody's talking about this. Yeah. We have a lot of young people who are well educated but poorly skilled. They have all the papers, but when you give them a task, they aren't able to it. And that's why I think it's the onus on Ministry of Education, particularly with corporate partners, and I don't just mean formal sector, I also mean informal corporate partners, to work with students who are fresh out of university on apprenticeship programs. And I know that's going on, but you can't tell me that because I have a BA, I must earn this much, yet you're not skilled in the area that you should be skilled in. So I think our education, what we're teaching, the gap between what the labor market wants and the skills in the labor market, I think is
Dan, we must talk about all these things because they're interconnected. In the political analysis world, we often talk about the fact that obviously Raila Odinga is an electrifying, dynamic politician. Who has he mentored? So this is a challenge that can spark thinking in the business world, in governance, etc. So you've got a guy, 72 years plus, etc. You know, he's shifted the tectonic plates, you know, over the last 30, 35 years, etc. But it's not clear who is mentored. That tells you a lot about the culture in this country and what needs to change.
And I just want to bring up a story that which is in relation to what Anzetse has said, how there's the disconnect. And this disconnect is really something that was brought up by Wilson Sossion, the Secretary General of NAT, yesterday during the prayers, when he was talking about the disconnect between what we are taught in school and what we are actually having to deliver in the marketplace, as well as interest. Let's just listen into what Sossion said yesterday.
The young Kenyans who are graduating from universities ought to find places to be useful in society and to drive the economy. How shall we produce food if we are not using skilled experts from our universities? How shall we deliver quality education if we don't employ the young graduates from the universities? Brother Francis, it is sad that teachers who are trained stay out unemployed for over 13, 15 years. Some of them have taken jobs which are not theirs, as watchmen. Those who are trained as security men should take up the jobs of watchmen. Those who are trained as teachers should take up the jobs of teaching. We cannot have gross interference of competing for jobs which we are not trained for. This is where we are in this country.
Again, the disconnect. Coming up, you're saying I'm trained to be like I did not primarily train as a journalist. I did business and economics, but I'm in journalism. Wikali, this comes to your straight to your doorstep.
You're a wonderful business editor.
Who I employed in Nation many years
Yes.
You employed it.
Yes.
She buy you coffee.
No, I didn't. I employ talent because I saw great talent in it.
Yeah.
You know, there are many ways of looking at jobs. There's, of course, joy in having somebody trained in a different career and doing something else that they really love. When you do something that you are happy to do, you give it your best. But then we have these people who will move into other jobs because those are the only jobs that are available, and that becomes really difficult. I mean, chances are, not chances, I mean, truly, we've got very many people coming from the universities, but we've missed one step as a nation. Every time we look at adverts and people are looking for people to employ, what do we ever see? I need 3 years experience. That person is a fresh graduate.
Exactly.
Where are they gonna get that 3 years experience? And here is an employer who is very serious saying, unless you have 3 years, you never step into my doors for me to interview you. So we've got a lot of gatekeepers in organization who are not very conversant with really the changing things in the market, because the moment you're already saying 3 years, that person who is a graduate will never have an opportunity to come and work for you. We used to have a lot of graduate training programs, and I think we need to ask organizations and solid employers to really bring back those programs because they are very useful. That is how you train people. They come in, they are raw, you give them skills, you see their capabilities. That is where you'll end up having a marketer doing something that's slightly different because you can see where their strengths lie, and you churn those people back into the
Because you find employers get frustrated themselves because, just come to in a bit, because I've employed you based on your papers, and probably you're a good orator. You called me, you called me for an interview, I aced it. I mean, I could speak well, I knew my stuff. Then again, 8 for 40 years to cram. So I did 8 for 4, I crammed my way to all A's. I come, then you get frustrated because I'm not delivering as you'd want, because the promise on your papers is
So
not
different.
being met by what my output is. That's it.
I think as a private sector, we've been trying to really put into perspective the graduate trainee programs. I think you have credible institutions like Centum who have come up with a program. You've seen them publish in the newspapers, the kind of graduate trainees they have. KEPSA at one point had a good program. I think it collapsed because of technicalities. KNCCI, through my department, we've been able to try and come up with a graduate trainee program because we realized that these young men and women coming from the university, they are not fully baked to do the job. They have the paper, they have the skills, they have the knowledge, but the actual delivery of work is a real big challenge. And I think, just like she's mentioning, those qualifications, 3 years, 1 year, 2 years, I think they are limiting growth. Because I recall early last year, we took one young man from Kabete campus, an agricultural economist. And the young man came in, quickly he was on top of things and he was pushing things, and all of a sudden, the young man had developed into somebody you can be able to rely on even when you are not in the office. We picked another one again from the University of Nairobi who was a master's student with very minimum experience. And there he is. He's now moving around. He's a very competent officer at this point in time, and he's been absorbed into the system. So we are saying that we should have managers who can be able to mentor and be able to bring up the best in these young people, because they are millennials. Of course, some things they have to learn as they move forward, but we have to be able to have that culture of bringing up these young men and women so that they can be able to take up leadership as we move along. And he was mentioning, even now on the political scene, it's so chaotic, because if whoever moves out, it's impossible. If, for example, Orengo moves out from Bondo, so what happens in Bondo? The best example that we have ever seen in Kenya, and which is working, has been KCB. You saw what happened when they transitioned from the previous CEO to the current CEO who had been groomed from the same organization. You have seen the stability of KCB as a company. And that, and even Safaricom have done a good job in terms of succession.
How many companies, like, she'd mentioned, are willing to actually take that? Some it's a risk, because you want to have people who you're going to see have a proven track record of actually being in that office. If, say, I want to have a CEO for my company, and I know Benji has been a CEO elsewhere, it's safer for me to go that way.
But you
and
must
get
not be
someone-
risk averse.
And also,
Yeah.
can I just say that there are certain sectors that have very high labor pressure, okay?
Yeah.
So you've got the services sector, which is dominating Kenya. That's what's driving it. We're a services-driven economy. So about
Over
64,
65,
67% of GDP comes from services, right? So you've got all these young people training to become bankers, accountants, HR. So there are certain segments in certain sectors in the economy that are facing an immense amount of pressure in terms of the demand for jobs. Let's look at manufacturing. Do you hear these stories in the manufacturing sector that, oh, there are too many technicians? You know, we have too many technicians in
And
the
you know why?
manufacturing.
And you know
we
why?
don't.
Because for every 9 lawyers that we graduate in Kenya, the data shows we graduate 1 engineer.
That's right, and that's the point I'm trying
and that's
to
a
make.
fact that needs to be addressed. But Dan, I was just
Is it
going to
that,
jump
is it
in.
that we've got more crime than projects?
No, wait,
no,
can I
it's a focus on the
finish
arts
my
of-
point?
yes,
My
sure.
point is that one of the problems that we're not doing in this country is reorienting or building up the manufacturing sector, because it does
Yeah.
2 things. Number one, it creates more jobs. Manufacturing is a lot more labor intensive as a sector than, for example, services. Think about banking. Automation is taking over everything. Accountants, you know, we've got all these programs that can do what accountants used to do. The only labor intensive sectors really in services are education, health, and maybe tourism. But manufacturing as a sector is very labor intensive. So I think we need to have a very serious conversation about, and I can say that I'm actively working on this, to really make manufacturing the next agenda for this country. We've invested in infrastructure for the past 15 years. Let's see what it produces for the country in terms of the multiplier effect. But now let's move on to manufacturing and start getting young people to stop feeling that, electrician, that's for people who are down there. This sort of snobbery that we've created in our young people around, it's only a real job if you wear a suit. You know,
Yes.
farming isn't sophisticated. Being a technician that runs machines isn't sophisticated. So I think it will take work in terms of changing the attitudes, but that will only come when people see that actually government is really focused on
And
building
actually,
the manufacturing.
the interesting thing is that these conversations about how I'm too cool for farming
Yeah.
would be happening over a plate of food which has been, which was not for the farmer, they'd not,
Not
be,
even
would not
that,
be having
Dan.
it.
Not even that, Dan. When the returns on farming, I've seen dairy farmers make a lot of money. I've seen coffee processors. I'm a coffee farmer myself, by the way. When the return becomes what it should be, then that throws out of the window the tag about I'm too cool for farming. But one of the things that we need to, just to follow up on what Anzet is saying, to the clueless leadership, we need very serious policies, hard work on policies to limit cheap Chinese imports on even things like toothpicks, so that we can then replace that with products locally made and that boost manufacturing. We've got to get our young people working, our young people busy. And talking about young people, this comment by the Secretary General Kotu yesterday brings to the fore another issue that Kasim has touched on, which is many a time, Dan, you'll see a disconnect between the papers, because we are such a paper-driven economy as well, and the person. Especially for young people, you mentor a young person, you hire a young person, and you quickly realize the attitude, all right, I can do this, I'm eager, I want to learn, is lacking. Lack of critical thinking, they wait to be pushed. So my boss has not said fanya hii, so you can't think. No communication skills, that's also a very common one. Again, because of the insistence on cramming and passing exams.
Yeah.
And finally, critical thinking. Finally, emotional intelligence, where someone cannot even gauge, okay, you want to address the boss on this and this issue. They cannot gauge when is the best time to do that. They want to trap him when he's jumping his car, when he's rushing to a meeting in cabinet, etc. Just the lack of, I've seen a lot of this in the civil society sector, where you have someone, you know, with IQ, raw IQ, yes, they can add, subtract, etc., but unable to think through a problem, therefore no problem-solving skills. That is also a huge gaping hole
And this is
that we must address.
It's a disservice to the youth of Kenya. And I've said this before. You can't tell young people get papers to get a job, and then number one, you're not training them in the right content, even in the technical work. You know, I did a year in one of the local universities, and it was just one of the most eye-opening experiences. Because literally, a lot of public universities in this country don't, even in terms of note-taking, you're not even expected to figure out what's the important point. You're just given dictation, dictation, dictation. Okay,
Exactly.
next lecture, dictation.
We've covered the
Whereas
time
in the
we're going to
West
cover.
or in
Exactly.
North America, where I studied, your lecture will come there, give a few points, you figure out this is the important one, then there'll be a conversation around the key points, you know. So I think even we're doing a disservice
called
to the young
synthesizing.
people. Precisely.
Yeah.
We're doing a disservice to the young people in terms of the quality of education that we're giving them. And then we tell them at the end of 4 or 5 years where their families have struggled to pay that fees, you're told, well, you're not skilled enough for this.
Yeah.
And I just want to bring back that conversation on agriculture. I mean, that's 2.6% of the GDP. That's what agriculture contributes. However, and we have a story by Zena Bondati which talks about that the 2.6% of the economy, and it contributes 2.3 trillion shillings to the country's annual GDP.
Let's aim to make it 50%.
That's a good target. And this is according to the latest economic survey, the figures which we've been showing you there. And it also indicates that agriculture is the biggest employer. Yet the people employed in it earn some of the lowest wages. So let's look at that story by Zena Bondati, which looks at the industry and why its wages are that low.
Agriculture is the backbone of Kenya's economy, a point that has possibly been repeated a million times over and tossed into the pool of cliché. But as cliché as it may be, it is truth nonetheless, considering that a majority of Kenyans earn their living from agriculture. The official government figure of the number of people working in the sector is 70%, with tea and horticulture industries absorbing the bulk of the labor force.
If in certain countries the rural population, the people involved in agriculture, is 60% or 70%, then we have shortage. We have shortage in what? We have shortage in doctors, we have shortage in nurses, we have shortage in teachers, we have shortage in engineers. A modern country cannot sustain an agricultural sector of 60 or 70 or 75%.
In Kenya's case, it doesn't quite work like that. There's no shortage of labor in other sectors. In fact, there are very many people but very few available jobs. Agriculture is often viewed as a dirty job for poor people and those who didn't do well academically, and this part explains why young people do not aspire to work in agriculture. But with the shortage of employment opportunities, agriculture is becoming the job of last resort. Never mind that most of these people lack the necessary skills to grow the sector. A challenge that comes with unskilled labor is that mechanizing becomes difficult as it requires retraining of personnel, which can take a long time.
When you look at the smallholder farmer with this hoe in the farm, it's not attractive. But if you go to other countries where they've taken agriculture seriously, you find, agriculture is mechanized. Yeah, it is sophisticated.
In Israel, 3% of the population are involved in agriculture. 3%.
Most agricultural activities are concentrated around the rural areas, largely small-scale, with the county of Nyandarua recording the highest number of people engaging in small-scale agriculture and pastoralism at 58%. The Socioeconomic Atlas of Kenya puts the total number of Kenyans employed in small-scale agriculture at 14.2 million of the country's total labor force. The actual numbers are likely to be much more than that because there's a significant percentage of the total labor force that is involved in agriculture but undocumented, because for them, agriculture is just something they do on the side. But even as the country seeks to ensure food security, the plan at hand seems disconnected to action. The government is employing very few people in support services.
Agriculture, there's no quick job as such. The government is not employing extension.
The bigger picture for formal employment in agriculture is an interesting one. The Economic Survey of 2017, which does not list data on informal employment in agriculture, reports that the private sector employed 294,500 people in agriculture last year, a 0.2% growth from the previous year. The public sector, on the other hand, employed 42,200 people, a 1.7% drop from the year before. These are all formal jobs. This means in effect that most employment in agriculture is informal, insecure, and one whose productivity is difficult to measure. The other thing to consider is how much the employed people earn. The 2017 economic survey reports that even though the industry is the biggest employer, its wages are low. In 2016, for instance, the average annual wage in agriculture was 274,049 shillings, which means that the monthly wage is 22,834 shillings, making it the second lowest wages in the country, coming only second to what is paid to domestic workers. But question remains on the credibility of government data, as most people in agriculture earn far below this, with some employers paying only 5% above government's minimum wage, with many other disregarding the government guidelines altogether and paying below 10,000 shillings per month.
As it stands now, agriculture is serving as a labor sink of last resort. And the fact that most of these people who are going into agriculture lack the necessary training and skills means that the quality of the workforce in the agriculture industry is quite low. But as the need to mechanize keeps growing, then it means that the land will have less and less capacity to absorb unskilled labor, which also means that the country is sitting on a potential labor time bomb. Zainab Wandati, NTV, Nairobi.
So that's our backbone that's not as supported as it should be, at least from the figures. Kasim, let's begin with you.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm a member of the National Task Force on Commodity Exchange in Kenya, and in January we went to do
So even before we get there, maybe just tell us what the mandate is so we can get the context.
For the National
yes, for the
Commodity Exchange. Actually, they would wish to establish a commodity exchange in Kenya because agriculture has been viewed as not a very good sector for the young people. So we are trying to be able to change the perspective from being a sector which is looked at as traditional and all that to a modern sector. And modernization would mean that the value chain along which the products are being done in agriculture is quite clear, smooth and efficient. And so the task force was to benchmark between what is happening in India, which is a comparative country compared to Kenya, and then come and see, because it has been successful out there, come and see if we can be able to put it back in Kenya here and be able to put policies and procedures in place to enable it to be successful. So what is happening is that they would wish to revolutionize agriculture to be attractive to the youth. Because you look at it like a dirty game, you know, you want to go to the office in the morning with a tie and all that. But we are saying that agriculture can actually be modernized, in that the process of having, like what my colleague was saying, having a commodity, you have put I don't know what in the house and you have kept it. No, it can be put in the warehouse in a receipting system, and this can be a source of your money because you can get your money almost all the time based on the international market prices. And everything would be better if that is done. Kenya Grain Council has come in forcefully to put up warehouses in the various places. Some of the warehouses of NCPB have had challenges, but we are saying that this can be done through the private sector. If we have one good grain handling facility in each of the area acting as a holding warehouse, and then you have a banking system linked to it. We have the National Stock Exchange linked to it, and we have individual investors coming in with ICT to make sure that there's a smooth process throughout the entire value chain. Then we are so sure that agriculture will be able to move somewhere. I was told, I think the bill is at its last stages in Parliament. Now that the Parliament has been dissolved, I think we have to wait.
Is only so lethargic. Dan, can I ask a question?
We have to wait until
Dan, can I ask a
September.
question? Since you have policy people here in the House,
Yeah.
and we want our audience also really thinking and finding solutions, not just talking about the problems in this country. We have such delicious food in this country. Organic, good maize. If you look at things like mutton, beef even, why are we not exporting lots of food to countries like China that are building us the SGR, and that because of 1 billion people have a quota? You cannot just walk into China in a market and because you have money buy 10 kilograms of beef. You have a quota.
We are told to supply pulses to India.
And I
can't
think
manage.
Can I get a clear answer? Why are we not exporting lots of food and earning a lot of money and foreign exchange for our farmers?
Not everything can be solved by policy. I agree there are policy gaps. First of all, there are two things going on. There's a bit of a tussle between national and county governments as to who is responsible for agriculture. That is number one. That needs to be resolved so that everybody knows this one is responsible for agriculture. So there's still confusion in the sector around
5 years, 7 years after
after
promulgation
devolution will be a process. And I think that's one of the biggest problems I've seen is that agriculture is in limbo.
Yeah.
Agriculture is in limbo.
Like health.
But I think there are a couple of things going on. I think one is a smallholder farm problem. problem that we have, that we're still doing subdivisions of plots of land and everybody, you know, digs on their plot of land. I think we haven't put enough effort into conglomerating or agglomerating people's plots of land and mechanizing. I think that's one.
Yeah.
I think the other issue is post-harvest loss. We have a lot of post-harvest loss in this country where you get the food out of the ground, but then it spoils or is you know, destroyed in the process before it hits the markets. So as a result, the food that actually gets to the market is a lot less than what was invested in when the farmer was making his investments. In terms of the implications for this country, not only does that make us more food insecure, as the drought has shown us just how food insecure we are when we don't have droughts we don't have rain for 1 year or so. We are completely devastated. But linking back to the manufacturing question, manufacturers in this country, even if they wanted to anchor their value chains in this country's agricultural system, they can't. We don't have that backward integration that manufacturers can do, where you say, okay, I make textiles and apparel, we need a value chain all the way to cotton production in Kenya. So one of the problems that we're having is that one of the reasons our manufactured products are a bit expensive, and which is why the sector isn't picking up, is because we have to import a lot of our inputs, particularly when you're looking at industrial manufacturing. We need to import a lot of it. Whereas, you know, food and beverages at least should come from the domestic market, but even there we still import. So there are many implications.
Quick fact, post-harvest loss. Mangoes, you know how many we lose per year?
No, how many?
300,000 tons.
That's crazy.
Because they all ripen.
Out of how much? What's the total? Just for the sake of context also.
For the sake of context, I think it's out of 500,000. More than half.
More than half.
You know why? Because they all ripen at the same time. The season is all at the same time, and they're everywhere, with the exception, I guess, of Mombasa. So that on the market, there's mangoes. 300,000 tons of them done, just rot and go to waste. So just imagine in terms of policy, once again, if we can get, process, juice, package, export, etc. So there's a return. My concern is the small person, Anzete. Because if we're going to really get people out of poverty, your concern has got to be, like we said, this little manufacturer, the small-scale farmer, etc. Just imagine that level of waste, and you've never had a county governor or a president or any government address this issue or even acknowledge it.
And the reason is
as
because
a first step.
they're not investing in manufacturing. I think manufacturing
Exactly.
When you have excess food capacity, the manufacturing sector absorbs it, particularly when you're export-oriented, because you're using local resources and local labor to meet the needs of foreign markets.
And that creates
jobs. So you create jobs.
Yes.
You're able to make better use of your
resources.
Innovation. So I think really is getting this manufacturing value chain up and running in the different
Kasim, you have to challenge these guys.
And I think I was on record here at one point talking about our education system. I think that's where we lost it. Me and maybe her when we were in high school and primary.
Are you saying you're older?
I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure because at least I've interacted with her. We used to even have art and craft, music, power mechanic, and electricity as part of the studies. I think you all did. Currently, I was being asked even yesterday by one of the young men in the house, and he was asking me, they saw this spirit level. The fundi was trying to fix the telly on the wall, and they were asking, what is this? And you know that young man is informed too.
Imagine. He's never seen that.
He has never seen a spirit level. Yeah. And we are coming back to just say, look, when we were in class 4, 5, 6, we knew what an F-clef is, what a G-clef is. We knew what kind of hacksaw it was. We knew what kind of blade would fit on which blade. We knew how to do sewing. I know how to do sewing, including even the sweater. I mean, it is something that was inculcated in us. But look at this scenario in which we have youngsters. I think the farthest they do is CRE. CRE is called Christian Religious Education. I think that's the other more technical subject that they are doing. And we are saying we want to go to manufacturing. It has to begin.
Is there MRE? Is there Muslim Religious Education as well?
Yes, it's there. So those are the technical subjects you are talking about. But we are saying, why can't we be able to change the scenario from all the way from our education system? Let it begin down here, because we lost it when we changed the syllabus, we changed things.
So let's just clarify. Are you saying, Kasim, that 844 was very good? Or it had very good aspects?
It had very good aspects. If they had been nurtured, by this point in time, wouldn't be grappling about employment and manufacturing and all that. Would be very far. Because I remember when I reported first in my high school, and thank God I can always remember it, Msingu High School. Form 1 was compulsory that you will do power mechanic and electricity. And it was given. And so by the time people were coming out of that place, they were really
some general knowledge on a
you
number
have
of
general
things.
knowledge in
And
what
the
people are doing.
attitude, the attitude of people begins to form early on. So you know that by the time you're 14, no, I want to do mechanics, or I want to do this, without this theory of, maybe I'll be a good mechanic. But you have the practical.
Exactly. And just what's on the screen is that Deputy President William Ruto has arrived at Uhuru Park, where we're having the main celebrations. That means ideally the president shouldn't be too far off. You could see he's just coming, he's giving his greetings to the Kotu leadership, and he's escorted by the Cabinet Secretary for Labour, that is Phyllis Kandie, and that means that the event will not be starting too long from now, ideally. So there's the arrival protocol that is being followed, even as we just continue to have the conversation before we can cross over to Uhuru Park, where we have the main celebrations for this May Day 2017, as a way to see how much the government is going to give to the workers, at least the
Dan, is it fair to say that this being a campaign year, the government is also campaigning? I'm only asking that because we've seen years in the recent past where Labor Day celebration, you are lucky if you get even a minister.
Usually, I know, like last year, the president was there. The year before, sent a number of cabinet secretaries were sent, as well as some leaders in the.
So today, I've seen even the Interior Minister Nkaiseri. I'm seeing Deputy President, now President. Is it fair to say that Jubilee is also campaigning? It's a rhetorical question.
Today they will be there. I'm sure they will be there.
Or the opposition will also be there.
I don't know whether last year the opposition was there.
I think their times usually have the representation. They usually have the representation as well, even last year.
I think I'm also asking this question because I'm trying to dissuade us from bad political culture. We must have in leadership a genuine caring for the welfare of the people and the worker. So that I'm trying to discourage the culture of, let me come as a president today because I'm looking for votes, and next year I will not even respond to their letter or their calling. So we are looking at these things from different angles, and we are really pushing for a change in
and like we know, Labor Day is being celebrated today in many countries across the world, and Venezuela's president has today announced a 60% increase in minimum wage.
Yeah, and Venezuela is in total crisis.
How is he going to finance that?
That's a big question, and
it's ridiculous.
I see the that's Nairobi Senator and Governor candidate for the Jubilee. That's Mike Sonko, who's arrived.
Mike Sonko,
who's arrived after the Deputy President. I don't know if there's a breach of protocol there. However,
good question, Dan.
However, that's his arrival as we wait for the President's arrival.
Can I give you something I've thought about on air regarding Venezuela? Venezuela is in a crisis, Dan. They've had riots for the last few weeks. The economy is in complete meltdown. You know, many times I look at problems and I try to think of solutions. You know, and that's what I would do, and I found myself thinking about this last year. If I was the president of Venezuela, I would actually have taken some time to go and approach global partners or clients and negotiate, because guess what? They have what is the biggest problem, for example, for Kenya. The cost of energy, Dan, you're a business editor, you know that the cost of energy in this country is unbearable and is the biggest undoing and the driver of all this inflation we're discussing here. And so what I'd do is I would try and negotiate contracts where people can, in essence, hedge against the expected fuel or oil rise that will probably come in the next 2, 3, 4 years, and even prepay. Because what I'm looking for is money to be able to finance my treasury, to pay people, etc. I don't know if that's being done. I doubt it's being done. We really need, in the 21st century, to have leaders that are so dynamic in thinking. It is so sad to see a country with oil reserves, number 3 in the world, and people cannot eat. There's literally no aspirin in pharmacies in Venezuela today because they're in crisis. It is really unacceptable. I don't know what you think.
I don't know. I mean, I think some of the public would be scared with sort of, you're essentially talking about hedging public funds. I don't know if people would be okay with that, because what happens if you lose? It's the public's money.
So I just want to briefly drive the question back to what we're talking about. Some of the jobs that, you know, especially the young people, and I want to bring this to we call it, especially millennial HR. You're dealing with a lot of these millennials who some may feel that agriculture is not their thing. It's a dirty job. If I do it, it's a side thing. You know, just because I've heard, like Benji has said, people are making money. I hear it on TV and I decided, you know what, I'm going to look for some extra cash, throw in some project. If it gets burnt, I was taking the risk as any entrepreneur would. So is this mentality a culture from back in the day, which I'm not sure it works, because our parents are some of the biggest farmers, Or is it partly because of the influence of even media influence? Instead of just seeing the kind of people who look successful, how the education system has cultured or rather has shaped people's ambitions. We don't see people being trained in such a huge way to become farmers. We have been told, over the years, we've been told, become a lawyer, become a doctor, become ABCD specific ones.
I think millennials, young people, are really very misunderstood at the workplace and also generally. And every time we talk about them coming to workplace and being very impatient, you know, they want to change jobs quickly, they want money quickly, but we never go back and look at how we've raised these young people. Because as parents, we raise our children telling them to be, we raise them to be go-getters, you know. So there's a level of, it's good aggression that is in that child as they are growing up, because they want to be number one. Even when they are number last, they're given an award, you know. There are all those, because they'll have run, I don't
think
know,
it depends
they've
on
run.
which household
No.
that
Last in the sense that if maybe there was an event, you know, when you go to schools, everybody gets an award these days in kindergarten. The one who sang best, I don't know the one who did what, you start that culture of entitlement at a very early age, you know. And so these people now have graduated, they've come to work, they are in our offices, and we are there feeling like they're not settling down. First, of course, there are generation gaps because they have grown in a very privileged scenario of technology. Things are being done in different ways, and they want, they're in an environment that's a little bit different. They want technology as they learn to work. They Google things to look for solutions, and here's a manager who is saying, when you Google, it's like you don't respect me, you should ask me because my job is to coach you and mentor you. But let me also defend them in the sense that I think it's not like they don't like agriculture. I think there are guys who maybe are interested in every aspect of getting income, or rather getting some income. It's just that they are not going to do agriculture like 8 to 5. Millennials are into gigs. You know, they want to do something small here that works for me, and I rest, or I do something else here that works for me, and I rest. And so if we sell agriculture to them in a way that it can be a part-time thing that you can do, I think we can succeed. And they can actually get very employed. But there are also other jobs they do. They are online, they are bloggers. You know, there are new jobs as the world has moved on. There are new jobs. Old jobs have died. Nobody's looking for personal assistants anymore. Drivers are threatened jobs completely. Maids, maybe at some point as we go.
Actually, I need a very good personal assistant.
But it's true, you need, but not everybody. Nobody, I mean, from a HR perspective, those are not jobs you recruit for anymore. But there are newer jobs. Like now, there's a lot of demand for nursing. Our parents are aging. They are older, they need nursing care at home. Every older parent has a physiotherapist or whatever you call them who takes care of them, home care. Those are new jobs that are coming in. Blogging is one of the jobs that people are talking about, you know. So we need to look at the newer jobs that are also coming in that are attractive to this generation. But the older generation may not be seeing those as great opportunities.
And even as these new jobs come up, is it that, you see, not everyone is cut out to be self-employed? Are we finding people who would thrive more as employees going into self-employment? Then they will get frustrated because then it's not working out for them.
I'm glad you raised that point, because there are two things going on. One is that if you're not trained in agriculture, you can't just wake up one day and say, I'm going to become a farmer, because you'll probably misinvest. So there's one issue where people get trained, they realize that it's not getting them anywhere, then they start their side hustle. So they start either raising chicken, or they start being a transporter or something. And the reason why that's a problem is because they were not trained in that area. So they're not going to do that as effectively as someone who was trained in that area. So we can't tell our millennials to go and become agriculturalists and farmers. They weren't trained in it. How much money are they going to lose in their experiments? If we're going to encourage them to do that, it has to be in a very structured manner where they are mentored by a lot of people. And I think that's the other issue that I think the millennials are having a tough time with, is because if you look at the fact that our economy is driven by services, where that's where the big jobs and the lucrative jobs are, it's meant that a lot of millennials have chosen that path in terms of their training. Then they get into the labor market and they realize that that sector is saturated in terms of labor demand or labor supply rather. And then they realize that, oh, I need to have a side hustle. Whereas what we should be doing is telling guys that you can't all train to be accountants and lawyers. Like, there's just not enough jobs for all of you. So I think it has to start earlier rather than telling them, oh no, you guys need to start farming, because on what grounds are they picking up a hoe? They've never done it before.
All right.
So for me, for the millennials I deal with, I don't know whether I'm among them, but for the millennials I
I
deal
think
with,
based on the education system you're talking
Yes.
about, you're far from them.
wherever someone brings work to me, if it had been delegated, first of all, we talk about what was your thought process. And those ones who have passed through my hands will tell you, the first thing I ask, what was your thought process? It might be right, I might be having a different standpoint, but what is your thought process? It dictates where you are. But I wanted to bring you to an interesting statistics that 700,000 employees in Kenya actually take half of all the revenue collected in Kenya. And then the total number of people who require jobs in Kenya is around 17 million. Then we would wish to be able to increase the minimum wage by 22%. And then we have also been warned by the World Bank that our debt crisis has gone higher, and we are getting to pass the 20% mark, which is unacceptable. And then we are also looking at a scenario in which we have a big general election coming. And then we have a youthful population of around over 50% of what is churned out at universities. Universities churn between 700,000 to 800,000 graduates every year joining the job market. Where are we going in terms of labor?
Allow me to give you some statistics. I love statistics, and this is just stuff to have us think more. Source International Institute of Economic Affairs that I work with closely on several things. The total number of payroll in this country, in fact this is for Madam, Kenyans that earn 120,000 shillings a month and above is 150,000 out of a country of 43 million.
43 M.
90% of Kenyan workers, and I know these numbers do not necessarily bring in the business aspect, but it gives you a very clear picture. 90% of Kenyan workers earn 50,000 shillings and less across the board, be it media, be it manufacturing, airlines, etc. 50,000 and less per month. Let me also, Dan might have this statistic. This country has about 20,000 mortgages.
I don't know if I believe that.
20,000.
But I know you've heard it. Yeah,
I've heard that number bandied about a lot.
I've heard that number bandied about,
but I don't know if it's
I have
true.
not heard anyone dispute it.
That's
About
true.
20. So that gives you a very accurate picture, Dan, of the discrepancies and the disconnect between a 2.6 trillion budget, Moi left it at 180 billion, and a citizenry that, for all intents and purposes, is trapped in poverty. That's number one. Number two, Dan.
No, actually, let me just track to that first of all. You said 120, those who earn 120,000 plus.
150.
Well,
120.
Are
150,000
yeah,
people.
on payroll, yes.
So maybe just again, I really appreciate context. You said out of 43 million Kenyans, but how about against a number? What's the number of the working number of Kenyans? So we can know this is 150,000.
What's the working
out
now?
of-
Is it
out-
9,
Yeah,
9, 11 million? How many?
Because then that gives us a
I'll put it
clearer-
about 9 million. But again, if you consider, the reason I like to take the populace is, I'm not an economist, but I'm sure you can see that I understand the basics. So I look at the populace as consumers. That people are eating, they need to move, they need to sleep, they need to be warm, they need to take a bath, etc. So that's why I look at 43 million, because I'm looking at, on the macro scale, that these are partakers of the economy. And out of these, the worker, the earner, the taxpayer is a very small bracket. And I think also KRA has said that in this country, who pays taxes? I think it's about, maybe the base is about 2.1 million Kenyans or something. It's minuscule. And so that takes me to my next point, Dan. We are also trying to, as I said earlier, inculcate a culture of positivity, of mentorship, of building up, etc. You have young men and women with passions. Someone takes a lawnmower, has an interest in aviation, takes a lot of time, does a lot of adjustments to increase thrust, to get elevation, etc. And so they try to build a fixed wing or a helicopter of sorts. But what's the first thing they do? The OCPD comes and says that so-and-so will be arrested. He is right now in hiding, etc. As opposed to the government even picking on a young person like this, investing in them, and realizing that this guy has the possibility of creating jobs. He will need people to do machining of those parts. He'll need someone even to clean and wash and do service, etc. So that we now criminalize and say, Uyu mtoto is very naughty. Instead of going to school, he's trying to build a helicopter instead of going to work to be a carpenter.
All right, thank you,
we need to evaluate
and I think, just sorry to interrupt, I think from the pictures on the screen, President Uhuru Kenyatta is arriving. That's his motorcade, making its way. The outriders are there, making their way to Uhuru Park, and that means we are not too far from beginning the formal celebrations at Uhuru Park, where we have workers as well as the workers' union and various people who are stakeholders in the employment or the jobs market, be it employers. Ordinarily, we have representation from the Federation of Kenyan Employers, and there we see the Deputy President alongside the CS Labour as well as the Nairobi County Governor and other leaders. We see this, the outgoing Senator Mike Sonko and an aspirant for the same seat, Johnson Sakaja, also among those who are lined up as the president's motorcade snakes into Uhuru Park. Then we could have the formal event begin. And we are told that ordinarily we have these functions happening, celebrations happening in different parts of the country, in different counties. And we usually, like I said earlier, usually have some of the government officials reading the president's speech. So there is President Uhuru Kenyatta arriving at Uhuru Park, where, as always, in terms of the protocol, he's welcomed and by his deputy first and foremost. You could see his chief of staff is also accompanying him, Joseph Kinyua. We see him now saying hi to the different leaders.
Loves the handshakes.
Yeah, the handshakes, which are a bit telling sometimes.
Yeah, loves the handshakes.
He loves the handshakes, and we know that
Francis
Atwoli is smiling, is very happy, hoping that his 22% request is going to be a minimum of 22%.
Dan, I'm just noticing, you have to allow me to notice this, that the President's, His Excellency the President's motorcade and personal vehicle, the one that's carrying him, is a brand new latest Mercedes.
Yes.
As we talk about policy, we must also look at some of how we're doing things. You know, as we talk about minimum livable wage, you know, is it necessary really that year over year, you know, our leaders have all these brand new cars from Stuttgart, really? Brand, these are 2016, I'm thinking. Maybe even 2017. I don't know. These are just things that we need to.
It's pretty hard for us to pass judgment on that when you don't know the full details of some of the
No, it's not passing judgment. It's a challenge. You know, in other words, I'm saying if I was Uhuru, then I'd say, you know, look, let's put some of this into medicine, etc. These are the only conversations that are really going to liberate us as an African people. Absolutely.
Yeah, so I believe that's the national anthem.
They are very expensive, these cars, by the way. Very.
Na tukiwa tumetulia vile tulivyo, Sheikh Abdullahi Butit na Archbishop Padha Kitonga watatuongoza kwa maombi.
Na tuombe. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Kwa jina la Mwenyezi Mungu, mwingi wa rehema, mwenye kurehemu. Sifa zote tukufu ni zake, ewe Mola wetu, Mola wa kila uhai. Tunakuomba utusaidie kwa njia zako zilizo sawa na umakini. Utuongoze na utuonyeshe njia ya wale uliowapenda na ukaridhia nao, wala sio njia ya wale waliostahiki ghadhabu zako na waliopotea. Wa akhiru da'wana anil hamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Amin. Ebu na tuombe zote. Baba mtakatifu uliye mbinguni, jina lako litukuzwe. Tunakushukuru kwa ajili ya wakati huu ambaye ni siku muhimu ya Labor Day ambaye inasherekewa kote duniani. Tunakushukuru kwa maana wewe ndio umefanya Kenya kuwa vile ilivyo, na Bwana, kama vile neno lako inasema, heri taifa ambalo Bwana ni Mungu wao, watu aliowachagua kuwa urithi wake. Tunamuombea Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta, na naibu wake Mheshimiwa William Ruto, ili uweze kuwalinda na waendelee na kuzingatia amani katika nchi hii, ili tuone kila jambo lote ikienda sambamba. Tunaombea kaunti zote, Mwokozi aliye juu mbinguni, tukiombea kaunti zote 47, magavana, maseneta, mawaziri wa mbunge mbalimbali, wote uwalinde Bwana, tuone amani ikiendelea katika nchi ya Kenya. Twasema asante kwa amani ambayo tunaifurahia kwa miaka nyingi. Tunaomba amani isidi kuongezeka hapa nchini Kenya. Watu wako waendelee kufurahia zaidi, wafanyikazi wote wawe na umoja. Tunaomba umoja usidi kuenea kila mahali hapa nchini Kenya. Kenya ni nchi yako na Wakenya ni watu wako. Sisi ni kabila moja ya Kenya. Tunaomba amani, upendo na maridhiano, tusameane kama jamii moja. Baba, tunatubu na kwa niaba ya kila umoja utusamehe. Neno lako linasema haki huinua taifa, bali dhambi ni aibu kwa watu wote. Tunamuombea katibu mkuu wa chama cha wafanyikazi Bwana Francis Atwoli, mwenyekiti wa hii mpango muhimu ambao wewe ndio umemfanya kuwa kiongozi wa KOTU. Tunakuomba umpatie nguvu na neema yako itoshe kwa kazi yanafanya, endelee kuwa na nguvu na hekima ya kuweza kuongoza nchi hii. Baba, tunaomba kwa ajili ya vyama vyote vya kisiasa katika nchi hii ya Kenya. Tunaomba ya kwamba uchaguzi wa tarehe 8 mwezi wa 8 2017 uwe wa amani, uhuru na haki. Tunaomba tusiwe katika hali ambaye ni ya kutatanisha. Utulinde Baba Mwokozi aliye hai. Jina lako liwe juu katika nchi ya Kenya na endelea na kuonekana kila sehemu, Mwokozi aliye hai. Baba, tunashukuru kwa maana umesikia yote ambaye tumekuomba. Bwana, uendelee na kutupatia ulinzi. Tunaombea viongozi wote ambaye ni upande wa polisi na upande wa army, na tunawaombea wote ambaye wanaendelea na kushikilia Bwana amani ndani ya nchi hii. Walinde wote. Baba, nikimaliza nasema amani katika Kenya. Neema yako na itoshe katika nchi ya Kenya. Katika jina la Baba na Mwana na Roho Mtakatifu, watu wote waseme amen.
Asante Mheshimiwa Rais, mabibi na mabwana, tafadhali na tuketi. Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, Mheshimiwa William Ruto, Naibu wa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, mawaziri tulio nao hapa siku ya leo, gavana na viongozi wote wa kaunti ya Nairobi, viongozi wote wa vyama vya wafanyikazi hapa nchini wakiongozwa na ndugu Francis Atwoli, waheshimiwa mabarozi na maafisa wakuu wa kidiplomasia, wafanyikazi wazalendo wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, mabibi na mabwana, kwa heshima Mheshimiwa Rais, nitaomba nimwite ndugu Francis Wangala atuongoze kwenye paredi ya siku ya leo ya Labor Day. Ndugu Wangala.
Your Deputy William Samoei Ruto na wengine wote ambao wamejiunga na sisi siku ya leo. Sasa tumefika wakati ambapo tutawajulisha ni nini tunafanya katika viwandani ili tusalishe nafasi za kazi kwa wale watu ambao wanahitaji ajira. Mheshimiwa Rais, najua ni siku ambayo umetenga kwa ajili ya kukaa na wafanyakazi, na tunakushukuru sana. Nakushukuru kwa sababu umetupa nafasi nzuri ya kuonyesha ni kitu gani tunafanya viwandani. Kwa hivyo nasihi wale ambao wanahusika, bandi ambayo inaongoza msafara, tafadhali muanze mwendo, mkuje hapa mbele mkiongoza wale ambao wako viwandani wote, wakituonyesha ni kitu gani wanafanya. Tunajivunia kuwa wasalishaji wa mali nyingi katika hapa nchini, na tunajivunia kuwa pia tunatilia mkazo wa kununua Kenya, uchenge Kenya. Nunua bidhaa za Kenya ili uchenge Kenya. Kwa hivyo tunajua ni watu wengi sana na viwanda vingi sana, na ni zile ambazo ziko Nairobi, zingine zimetoka nje, lakini tutaona ni vitu gani wametuandalia siku ya leo. Tuendelee mbele na tufanye haraka, tuwe kwa haraka. Hiyo ndio Prison Park. Asante sana utawala kwa kazi nzuri ambayo mnafanya kwa kuongoza msafara ambao wanakuja. Nyuma yao ni Labor Day, watu wa Kotu ambao wanaongozwa kuonyesha ni siku kitu gani tunataka kujivunia siku ya leo. Wako na ukweli wa kuongozwa. Hawa ni wamama, wasichana na vijana wa nchi hii ambao wanafanya kazi chini ya uongozi wa Kotu, na hawa wasichana ni wale ambao wametoka sehemu mbalimbali. Wote wametoka katika viwanda mbalimbali wakiongozwa na Sister Kendi na wengine ambao wako hapa mbele wanaitwa Court Queens, na vijana ambao wako chini ya msimamizi wao shupafu ndugu Francis Atwoli. Hapo nyuma kuna National Union of Nurses ya ndugu Panyako ambayo pia inakuja kwa ushupavu sana kuhakikisha ya kwamba wako pamoja na sisi, wako na bidii sana. Alafu wanafuatwa na ndugu zetu kutoka the Shoe Industry Limited inayoongozwa na ndugu anaitwa Maina. Nafanya kazi mzuri na wanaendelea kwa njia inayofaa. Kenya Private University Workers Union iongozwa na Wanowiti ni union ambayo inashughulika na wale watu ambao wanafanya kazi katika viwanda mbalimbali. Hao wanatoa ujumbe wa Labor Day siku ya leo, wanako na kuhakikisha ya kwamba wanaendelea sawa sawa. Asanteni sana, mpite mkiondoka. Na pia tuko na mambo mbalimbali alive and kicking. Hao ni vijana ambao wanahakikisha ya kwamba wanafanya mambo mbalimbali kuhakikisha Kenya inaendelea mbele. Na Peace Caravan ambayo inaenda katika Kenya nzima inaanza kucollect signatures 1 million kuhakikisha ya kwamba kuna usalama katika hii nchi, ili wakati wa kura tusiwe na shida yoyote. Tailors and Textile Union ikiongozwa na Reverend Joel Kandie Chebi wako na bidhaa mbalimbali ambazo wanatengeneza, na hao ndio hao wanapita mbele kuhakikisha ya kwamba wanafanya kazi iliyo bora. Bidhaa hizi zote ni za Kenya, zinaundwa hapa nchini. wote wanatembea kwa usalama na utaratibu sana. Wote wanapita kwa utaratibu viwanda mbalimbali ambazo zinatengeneza bidhaa ambazo zinatumia huko nyumbani na mahali pengine. Nashukuru sana kwa kazi nzuri ambayo mnafanya viwandani na mazao yenu yanaonekana kwa umaridadi. Kenya Union of Research Institute ambayo inaongozwa na ndugu Achacha, nayo pia iko hapo mbele na inaendelea kwa kazi mzuri sana. British American Tobacco BAT ya ndugu Kabubi inaendelea pia na kazi nzuri ambayo wanafanya kuhakikisha ya kwamba tufute sigara kwa njia inayofaa. African Paris EPZ pia ni ya Reverend Joel Kandie Chebi ambaye pia anajua ya kwamba nguo za EPZ hivi karibuni hata tutahitaji siwe kwa local market ili watu wasipate, wasingoje kuzifuata huko ng'ambo. Na hiyo inaendelea kwa njia mzuri ili tuweze kununua nguo zetu, tujifunie nguo zetu vile tunavyoendelea kuona kazi inavyoendelea. United Aryan EPZ pia ni wale wanatengeneza nguo za kuuza nje za nje. Trade Union Congress of Kenya TUC ambaye inaongozwa ndugu Sosion, hawa tunashirikiana nao kabisa kwa sababu tulisema trade union is one unity. Kwa hivyo tuko pamoja nao na hatuna shida. Kenya Union of Civil Servants niongezwa na ndugu Odeke ambaye pia tumejua hivi karibuni ameng'ang'ania uongozi, tunamtakia kila laheri. Trade Union Congress TUC, asanteni sana. Tuko pamoja na nyinyi. Sauti ya mfanyakazi ni kama sauti ya punda. Inapolia sauti ni moja kutoka mwanzo hadi mwisho. TUC hao wanaendelea na mambo yao. Wameleta watoto wanacheza isukuti ambayo ni traditional music yetu ya Kenya. Fanyeni bidii kwa sababu wakati ni sasa, na kama sio sasa ni sasa hivi. Maana ukiangalia hapo nyuma mama anasengeza pole pole, anaungana na sisi pamoja. Nafurahia sana muungano ulioko kati yetu na viongozi Kenya National Union of Teachers NAT ambayo sasa ndio chama kikuu cha ndugu Sosion. University Academic Staff ambayo inaongozwa na ndugu Mukwaya. Nashukuru sana kwa kazi nzuri ambayo mnafanya. Kenya University Staff Union KUSU, na pia inafuatwa na KUPPET ambayo inaongozwa na ndugu Akelo Misore pamoja na Bwana Milemba. Hawa ni watu wa KUPPET ambao pia wanajua ya kwamba haki yao ni kutetea wafanyakazi, na tunaungana nao katika siku hii ya leo. KUPPET ambayo pia wanashughulika na mafunzo ya watoto wa secondary schools na wengine. Yenye inafuatwa ni Wells Fargo ambayo pia moja wapo ya kampuni ambazo zinapeana ulinzi hapa kwetu nchini. Hao wanashughulika na mambo mbalimbali, kulinzi, courier services. Ukitaka ulinzi wa kulinda na mbwa wako nazo, ndio hizo zinaonekana. Wako pia na mambo ya supervisor riders, emergency response utapata hapo. Na pia wanakaramia usafirishaji wa vitu mbalimbali. Na pia wanahakikisha ya kwamba wako na magari ya kutiliva vyombo vyao. Naona wanapita mbele taratibu. Ni shirika ambalo limeendelea sana ikiongozwa na ndugu Andabwa ambaye anasimamia wale private security. Ndugu Andabwa hakikisha ya kwamba maombi yao yatasikizwa wakati utafika kuhakikisha ya kwamba hao private securities wamepata mafunzo mazuri na wapeane ulinzi ulio sawasawa. Tunaombea waendelee namna hivyo, kwa sababu hao wako kila mahali na wanasaidiana na security yetu. Kwa hivyo naomba waendelee namna hiyo. Private security ni kiwanda ambacho kimepanuka sana, na pia nashukuru kwa sababu iko chini ya uangalifu mzuri na serikali inaangalia mambo yao kwa kuweka order ambayo inasimamia mambo ya security. Hawa ni Fago Kuria ambao pia ni kampuni nyingine, na wanaendelea tu na mambo yao kuonyesha ni kitu gani wanafanya hapa kwetu nchini, kulinda usalama, kusafirisha vyombo mbalimbali ambazo tunajua ya kwamba we believe and trust that they are doing the right job. They are determined to provide private security and make sure that anything you want to transport reaches safely to where you have decided it to go. There is that guarantee that they will never let you down. Hiyo ni magari zao ambazo zimeundwa kwa njia ya taratibu, magari mpya, sio magari za kukwama barabarani, magari za kuhakikisha mizigo zinafika mahali popote panatakikana. Tafadhali wale watu wa mbele waharakishe kidogo, nataka tuende haraka, kwa maana vyombo ambavyo tunaunda katika nchi ni nyingi sana. Haya, sasa wanafuatwa na G4S ambao pia ni kiwanda ambacho kinajulikana sana kwa ulinzi na kupeana huduma mbalimbali. Hao wanahakikisha ya kwamba kuna usalama wa kutosha mahali wamechukua kibarua ya kupeana ulinzi, na wanafanya kazi yao kwa njia ya taratibu. Traffic controller huko mwisho, tafadhali harakisha, hatutaki kusimama. G4S ni kampuni ambayo ni international, bado chini ya ndugu Andabu, ambaye anahakikisha ya kwamba private security iko pamoja. Na hii ni kampuni ambayo ni international company na inapeana ulinzi kwa njia inayofaa. Na washukuru sana, wanapeana kila aina, hata gari ya kusima moto, fire rescue services they provide, and it is a good gesture that they give support to this nation in all ways. KK Securities pia ni mojawapo ya kampuni ya ulinzi ambayo inafanya kazi nzuri, na tunajivunia kwa sababu hao wana provide services ambazo ni nzuri. Wakiweka katika ulinzi, wanahakikisha kazi yao ni sawa. Na ulinzi wa kila aina, kitaka wakuletee askari mwingine ambaye anaonekana hapo mbele, watakuletea bila wasiwasi. Kwa hivyo muwe tayari kuchukua huduma yao na watakufanyia kazi iliyo nzuri sana. Pia wanasafirisha vitu mbalimbali. Yote hiki ni kiwanda cha ndugu Andabwa. Ni kiwanda ambacho kimepanuka kweli kweli, kinaendelea kupanuka. Kwa sababu ikiwa wewe unadharau, utaki ulinzi, jaribu kukataa na uone vile utapofamiwa wakati mwingine. Lazima uwe na ulinzi kila wakati. Na zote ambazo zinapita hapa ziko na insurance. Ikiwa mali ambayo wanalinda inaweza kupotea kwa njia isiyofahamika, watahakikisha wanakulipa tena. VM Security ndio hawa wanapita mbele yetu wakiongozwa na madam ambaye wamejiamini ya kwamba hiyo kazi anaweza, na pia wako na ulinzi wa kila aina, maaskari wa kila aina na ombwa ambazo ni security ambayo ni ya muhimu sana. kutafuta mwizi ambaye amejificha vichakani, sitamfikia na simuondoe. So tunaendelea na ni kiwango kizuri ambacho tunaendelea nacho, na hawa wote ni wafanyakazi katika kiwanda cha private security. SGA Security pia pato ni kampuni za security. Sijui siku moja tutaamua tukuje tu hapa tuone security peke yake, alafu tujue wengine watakuja mwaka ingine, kwa maana ni wengi na ni wanafanya kazi nzuri. Very proud of you. You are giving us good service, and to all Kenyans who have entered into contracts with you. Na tufanyia kazi nzuri, and we believe that we will continue providing those services day in, day out. Congratulations kwa kazi nzuri ambayo mnafanya SGA Securities. Mtembea haraka kwa sababu nyinyi ni maaskari na speed yenu iko chini kidogo. Tusonge mbele vile tunavyoendelea. Asante sana SGA Securities ambayo mkubwa yake yako hapa, alimuona akiingia, na tunafanya kazi nzuri kwa ulinda usalama, kusafirisha vyombo mbalimbali, mizigo ya kila aina. Securities ni kampuni nyingine ambayo pia haijawachwa nyuma kuhakikisha ya kwamba pia wanapeana ulinzi katika nchi yetu hii. Wakati tutapeleka mafunzo yote ya kutosha na wapewe silaha ambazo zitalinda hii nchi, najua ya kwamba utakuwa na usalama thabiti. Wako hapa na askari ya kila aina na askari wengine ambao wanahakikisha usalama unalindwa. Hao pia wanasafirisha vyombo mbalimbali na kutupa huduma ambayo unahitaji kwa kila aina. Wote hawa ni watu ambao wanatupatia ulinzi kwa njia yote ile. Nawashukuru sana. Natumaini mnaendelea vizuri na kupeana ulinzi kwa njia inayofaa. Inayofuata sasa ni Rhino Cements ambao wako chini ya Quarry and Mining ya ndugu Wafula wa Msamia. Hao wanahakikisha tunapata simiti ya kutosha kujenga kwa mijengo zetu na mambo mengine yoyote. Hao wanafanya kazi ya kila aina, ambao wanafuata Kenya Union of Commercial Food and Allied Workers ikiongozwa na ndugu Kabubi. Wanafanya kazi mzuri ya NHIF kuhakikisha ya kwamba tunapata matibabu ambayo inayofaa, na tunapata kuhakikisha ya kwamba ukienda kwa hospitali unapewa huduma inayokufaa ili usihangaike. Hiyo ndio insurance ambayo inaendelea kupanuka. Uwe unafanya kazi wala ama usifanye kazi, unaweza kujiunga na NHIF na uhakikishiwe ya kwamba unalindwa vizuri. NHIF ni yetu na ni yetu kabisa. Matatu Workers Union, matatu pia wamejiunga sasa, hawajaki kubaki nyuma, na wanaongozwa na ndugu Henry Nyabuto, ambao sasa wanasema lazima na sisi pia tujiunge na vyama vya wafanyakazi. Wanahakikisha ya kwamba wako pamoja na vyama vya wafanyakazi, hawataki kubaki nyuma, na wako na matajiri wako na SACCOS ambazo natakiwa waruhusu wafanyakazi wao kujiunga na vyama vya wafanyakazi. Na G4S pia wale walikuwa wamebaki nyuma wameipita, lakini hawa tulikuwa tumezungumzia mambo yao. Hotel and Allied Workers Union ikiongozwa na ndugu Asaba Wycliffe. Hii nayo pia inahusika na mambo ya mahoteli kwa njia zote zile ambazo wanavyoweza. Pia hapo pia wanahakikisha ya kwamba tunapata huduma nzuri katika mahoteli zetu. ndugu Asava naongoza hao. BM Securities pia alikuwa wamepita kingine, na wao pia bado wako nyuma kuhakikisha ya kwamba wanapeana huduma ya ulinzi katika nchi yetu hii kwa njia inayofaa na inayopendeza. Tuwe haraka kidogo kwa sababu nataka tupate kitu muhimu ambacho kimetuleta hapa, na hotuba ya mtuko Mwami Francis Atwoli na hotuba kubwa ambayo tunatarajia kutoka kwa Mheshimiwa Rais wetu. Tunaendelea na faulu ambao pia wanaendelea kuonyesha na mambo ambayo wanayofanya katika nchi hii. Faulu ni one of the companies ambazo zinaendelea hapa. Hii mambo ya insurance na mengine ambayo inaongozwa na ndugu Kubai, akiba, mikopo na mawaidha vile unavyoweza endelea maishani. Kenya Union of Domestic Hotel and Allied Workers ikiongozwa na ndugu Albert Njeru. Asante sana Faulu kwa mambo mazuri ambayo mnafanya. Kenya Union of Domestic and kuongozwa na ndugu Albert Njeru wanahakikisha ya kwamba wanafanya kazi iliyo sawa sawa. Allow paying jobs. Allow paying jobs with no benefits and no job security. Asante sana. Decent work. Watu nao wanaitwa domestic workers. Wale ambao sisi karibu hapa sisi wote ni employer tukifika hapa. Maana sijui ni nani hana huyu mfanyakazi. Sisi wote ni employer hawa. Tuchunge hawa tukitoka hapa. Tusije tukawawacha kwa sababu hawa ni watu ambao ni wa muhimu sana. Wakati tutakuja kutembelea kwa kila tajiri, sijui tutawacha nani na tutatembelea nani. National Union of Water, Sewerage Employees, kuongoza na ndugu Awich. Kazi nzuri sana wacha ambaye anafanya. Kenya Class Workers ambaye naongoza na ndugu Okoth. Asante sana. Kenya Union of Journalists naongoza na ndugu Eric. Ndio hao wanapita hapo wakiwa wanaonyesha mambo yote ambayo wanafanya Standard Group, na pia KTN ambaye naongoza ndugu Kwaro. Sote zinachanganya hapo, kila mtu ana section yake. Pale ya utangazaji na pale ya magazeti wanaungana pamoja. Aramex Solution International Express wale na kusafirisha vyombo mbalimbali bado wako chini ya ndugu wetu ambaye ndugu Kwaro, kwa kazi nzuri ambayo wanafanya kusafirisha vyombo hapa na pale. Kazi nzuri ambayo mnafanya ni ya kupongeza na kushukuru. Chandia Industries ambayo iko chini ya ndugu Were Okutu, hiyo inashughulikiana na mambo ya kutengeneza vitu mbalimbali, Chemical and Allied Workers Union. Hao wanahusika na mambo mbalimbali ambayo tunatumia manyumbani kwetu. Kwa hivyo tujitahidi tuhakikishe ya kwamba buy Kenya, build Kenya. That is the policy and what we must follow all the time. Tununue bidhaa za Kenya, tujenge Kenya. Kwa hivyo ni bidhaa ambazo zinatoka Chandia Industries, bidhaa nyingi ambazo ukienda kwa supermarket lazima utazipata, na bidhaa nyingine nyingi ambazo zinatoka huko. Zote hizo zinatoka Chandia Industries. Alafu sasa inakuja Chemical Conservation and Tourist ya Mr. Ndolo ambaye inaangalia vitu za utalii huko na kuhakikisha wanawako usalama. Na hayo sasa ni ndugu mrake hiyo ya Warren Ready Mix building and construction, ndugu Mrake, ambayo pia anahusika na mambo mbalimbali ya ujenzi kwa viwanda sehemu mbalimbali, kujenga barabara na kufanya mambo mengi ambayo yanawahusu. Kazi nzuri ambayo wanafanya building and construction wote chini ya ndugu Mrake. Kazi nzuri sana ambayo inaendelea kuhakikisha kwamba nchi yetu inaendelea mbele. Kitaka kazi ya ujenzi ni hao, na watakupa kazi nzuri. Wale wanaofuata sasa ni Kenya Power, ambao wanahakikisha kuna umeme, na niliongea na ndugu Nadome ambaye anaongoza, akasema mambo ya blackout hivi karibuni tutakosa kabisa, hakuna blackout hivi karibuni. Nihakikisha ya kwamba wanataka kuhakikisha mambo ya umeme inafikia, na pia kila mtu hapa nchini na wako na uwezo ya kusalisha umeme ambaye itafikia kila mtu. Na kwa kusema ukweli, Wakenya wengi sasa wako na umeme, na tunashukuru hiyo kazi ambayo inafanywa na serikali yetu. Kazi nzuri chini ya ndugu Ernest Natome, ambaye anafanya kazi nzuri kuhakikisha kuna stima ya kutosha. Wanahakikisha kuna umeme katika viwandani, kuna umeme nyumbani, na kuna umeme kila mahali. Wako kwa kila mahali, sehemu mbalimbali, na walisema ya kwamba iwapo transformer italeta hitilafu, within 24 hours umepata nyingine. Lakini mjaribu kuhakikisha mnafanya vile mnavyosema, sababu Wakenya saa zingine wanaumia kidogo. Hapo wanashughulika vile ujenzi unavyofanywa kusambaza stima, na wote wanahakikisha hata hiyo ni makao makuu ya ndugu Atwoli ndio inawekwa stima hiyo. Asante sana Kedrut Nurses, asante sana kwa kazi nzuri mnayofanya. Kazi nzuri. Asante sana kwa kazi nzuri ambayo mnafanya Ketrut Nursing Home. Ni hospitali nzuri ya Albert Njeru ambayo wanahakikisha ya kwamba kuna usalama na kila kitu kinaendelea kwa njia inayofaa. Kenya Veterinary Services ambayo inaongozwa na ndugu Kabubi wanahakikisha ya kwamba kila bidhaa ambazo wanatengeneza zinahakikisha kuna ubora sana katika viwanda zao, kwa kazi nzuri ambao wanayofanya. Wote mambo ya research ya veterinary na kila kitu ni kwao. Wanafanya, wanahakikisha inaendelea sawa sawa. Asante sana kwa kazi nzuri ambayo mnayofanya kuhakikisha mifuko zetu ambao sisi tuko nao na hakikisha iko salama salimini. Hiyo nayo ni Beauty Hair Salon kiongozwa na Sister Cecily Mwangi. Wanahakikisha watu wanarembeshwa sawa sawa, vijana wanashuka, wamama kwa njia inayofaa. Urembo ndio njia. Na wanafuata ni Nzoia Sugar Company inayoongozwa na Mr. Francis Wangara ambaye anaongea. Kiwanda cha sukari, Mheshimiwa Rais, kinahitaji usimamizi bora sana, kwa maana ni kiwanda ambacho lazima kiangaliwe kwa umakini. Na hawa nao ni vijana ambao wanahakikisha wanafanya kazi mbalimbali kupitia kwa Senator Songo ambaye anapeana huduma mbalimbali ya rescue team, huduma mbalimbali ya kufanya kuhakikisha huyu ni employer ambaye ameandika watu mbalimbali. Na kushukuru sana kwa kazi nzuri ambayo unafanya Senator, kwa sababu umesalisha kiwanda kingine kinaitwa Songo Rescue Team. Kiwanda kizuri ambacho kinatoa huduma kwa watu wengi sana. Na kushukuru kwa hiyo kazi nzuri. Hiyo ni yote ni timu yake ambayo inafanya kazi mbalimbali. Hiyo ni huduma ambayo inasalisha kiwanda kipya ambacho kimeandika watu wengi. Na tuliambiwa ya kwamba mshahara unalipwa sawa sawa, hauchelewi, unakuja kwa wakati unaofaa. Na kushukuru kwa hayo. Kwa hivyo, Mheshimiwa Songo, tutahakikisha tuna branch, tuna general secretary wa kusimamisha hiki kiwanda ili na wewe ung'ang'ane na yeye kwa negotiation. Na pia huyo general secretary, agenda ya kwanza ni CBA. Kwa maana lazima tuwe na CBA ndio tujue hao wanafanya nini na hao wanafanya nini. Na kushukuru sana, lakini nataka CBA kwa sababu hiki ni kiwanda kikubwa, kinasafirisha vitu vingi, kinafanya kazi kubwa. Kwa hivyo hivi karibuni ndio utatuona tukija kufanya recruitment na kuhakikisha tunasalisha CBA ambayo itasaidia watu wetu. Asante sana kwa kazi nzuri ambayo wanafanya. Haya, haraka haraka, msiwache hiyo kapu, siipendi hiyo kapu, siipendi, mwafarakisha haraka. Mungali vijana hata mnaweza kimbia kidogo. University of Nairobi ambaye iko tuko ambaye anasimamiwa na ndugu yetu Wasonga ambaye anasimamia mambo ya universities, ambao wako hapa na wale staff na wanasimamiwa na ndugu Mukhwaya, lakini wengine ambao lecturers na wengine wanasimamiwa na ndugu Wasonga. Asante sana, karibuni kwa kazi nzuri ambayo mnafanya. Wale staff wako chini ya ndugu Mukhwaya na lecturers na wengine wako chini ya ndugu Wasonga. Asante sana kwa kazi nzuri ambayo mnafanya kuhakikisha tunapata masomo kwa njia inayofaa na masomo ya hali ya juu. Kenya inahitaji wasomi na wasomi lazima wasome. Hakuna shortcut. Ukisoma hivyo ndio tutajua tunaendelea kwa njia iliyo mzuri sana. Na nchi yetu itaendelea mbele. Clean water, hiki ingali ni kiwanda cha Songo. Napeana maji kwa raia ambao wakati maji imepotea, service kwa maji. Napeana maji kwa watu na pia nafanya kazi nzuri. Iko Jordan ni kiwanda cha Songo ambaye tunafikiria is one of the giant employers. Na lazima tutamwendea tumwambie ya kwamba lazima ukakuliwe na ndugu na mama Jacqueline muko pia urekurudi huyo employer. Lazima tujue ni kari gani. Hii ni kari inaitwa mlolongo. Kwa maana ukiambia mama nyumbani jina hilo kari, inaitwa mlolongo. Hajui jina lingine. Na hii yote ni kiwanda cha Songo. Sasa hizi sijui zinafanya kazi upande gani. Yeye labda anaelewa sana. Lakini yote ni industry yake. Hata exhausters na vitu gani. Hiki ni kiwanda kikubwa. Hiki ni kiwanda kikubwa. Kwa hivyo tunashukuru sana kwa siku ya leo. Hiyo ndio tumeweza kuwaonyesha ambapo tunafanya katika viwandani. Kwa ajili ya wakati, watu wengine watakuja siku nyingine. Asante sana na Mungu awabariki.
Asante sana ndugu Wangala. Asante sana wafanyikazi wote ambao wameandaa gwaride ya kufanya ya siku ya leo, siku ya wafanyikazi. Kwa heshima Mheshimiwa Rais, naomba uniruhusu nimwite Governor wa jiji la Nairobi City County, Governor Evans Kidero aweze kutukaribisha kwa kifupi. Governor.
Aya, asante. Thank you. Aya. Thank you. Aya, tafadhali. His Excellency the President of the Republic of Kenya, Mheshimiwa Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, our beloved Deputy President Samuel William Ruto, Cabinet Secretaries ambayo wako hapa, led by the Cabinet Secretary for Labor, Community Affairs, Madam Phyllis Kandie, Principal Secretaries ambao wako hapa, wakuu na leaders of the labor movement led by my friend and brother Francis Atwoli ambaye ni Secretary General wa KOTU, our very, very special guests, na nimeambiwa tuko na wageni kutoka USA, tuko na wageni kutoka ECOWAS, tuko na wageni kutoka Zimbabwe, tuko na wageni kutoka Malawi. Our esteemed workers, wale ambao wanazungusha gurudumu ya economy wetu, ladies and gentlemen, yangu yatakuwa mafupi kabisa. Kwanza ni kuwakaribisha kwa niaba ya Wanairobi. Lakini kabla sijasema, niko na seneta wangu ambaye hivi karibuni seneta wangu, Senator Mike Mbuvi Sonko, nataka nimkaribishe yeye pia awakaribishe na akaribishe wageni ambayo tuko nao hapa siku ya leo. Asanteni sana, Senator Sonko.
Asante Governor, ndugu yangu Evans Kidero. Mheshimiwa Rais, Mheshimiwa Deputy President, Secretary General wa KOTU, Mheshimiwa Francis Atwoli, mawaziri wote wale wako hapa, wageni wote na wananchi, na wasalimu katika jina la Yesu. Hamjambo? Hebu tusalimiane kwa hewa. Bwana Yesu asifiwe, Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Asanteni sana. Mheshimiwa Rais, leo si siku ya siasa, si siku yangu. Kwa hivyo yangu ni kukaribisha wageni wote, wale wametoka Malawi, wale ambaye wote wako hapa kwa shughuli hii ya leo. Kwa ufupi, Mheshimiwa Rais, kwa sababu leo ni sikukuu ya wafanyikazi duniani kote. Mwaka jana tulipokuwa hapa, Mheshimiwa Rais, tuliomba wale low income earners wasiwe wanalipishwa tax, mshahara yao isiwe inalipishwa tax. Wewe mwenyewe Mheshimiwa Rais, ukiwa kule Naivasha ukapitisha hiyo, ukasema low income earners wasiwe mshahara yao inataksiwa. Mheshimiwa Rais, kufikia leo bado kuna wafanyikazi wa Nairobi County hapa ambao mishahara yao, overtime zao bado zinataksiwa. Sisi tunajua wewe ni rais unapenda wa Kenya, na pia wale wawekezaji wenye viwanda ambao wameajiri wafanyikazi pia tunawapenda na tunataka tufanye kazi pamoja na wao. Lakini tunapofanya kazi na wao, wachunge maslahi ya low income earners. Yale ya mwisho, Mheshimiwa Rais, wewe ni rais unayejali maslahi ya Wakenya, na mimi najua wewe uko na Wakenya ndani ya roho yako. Mheshimiwa Rais, wacha niwe kiongozi wa kwanza kwa serikali yako kukuomba, tafadhali Mheshimiwa Rais, angalia bei ya unga imeenda juu sana. Wewe na serikali yako tayari mmefanya kazi nzuri kwa wakulima. upande wa kuwapatia mbegu za bure, upande wa kuwapatia fertilizer. Sasa angalia matumbo ya Wakenya ambayo ni wengi wasikufe na njaa. Kwa hayo machache, asanteni sana wananchi wa Nairobi. Mwenyezi Mungu awabariki nyote.
Aya, tafadhali tutulie. Mheshimiwa Rais, in the last 5 years, mengi yametendeka hapa Nairobi, lakini maisha ya mtu ya kawaida ya wafanyikazi haijakuwa sawa. Kwa hii miaka 5 ambayo imeyopita, kufanya biashara imerahisishwa. Ease of doing business imekuwa nzuri. Tulikuwa kwa namba 150, sasa tumekuja namba 94. Kwa hiyo wakati na juzi, Mheshimiwa Rais, unajua in Cities Momentum Index ambayo ilitolewa hapo mwezi wa February, Nairobi imekuwa namba 10. Na hii inaonyesha watu wengi wanakuja wanataka kuweka biashara zao hapa Nairobi. Lakini maisha ya mtu ya kawaida haijaboreshwa kabisa. Mheshimiwa Sonko ameongea maneno ya bei ya unga. Na mimi nataka kuongeza, na bro Atwoli aliongelea hiyo maneno jana wakati alikuwa huko kanisa ya St. Stephen's Jogoo Road. Shilingi 10,000 kama minimum salary ya mfanyikazi wa kawaida haitoshi. Pengine wengine hawajui bei ya unga. Bei ya unga ni shilingi 150. Na zile familia sisi tumetoka, tunakula paket moja kila siku. Nusu lunch na nusu jioni. So inanyesha kwa mwezi unga peke yake tunatumia gharama ya shilingi 4,500. Unga, nyumba hatujalipa. Sukuma wiki hatujanunua. Matumbo bado hatujanunua. Omena hatujanunua. Hiyo maneno ingefaa iangaliwe. Najua Bwana Tuoli ameongea ile percentage inatakikana, lakini sasa vile itatengenezwa iwe hata biashara bado inaweza endelea mbele. Kitu ya pili, Mheshimiwa Rais, CBA hadi watu wote wa sign. Sisi kama county governments tumekubali, na Nairobi will lead the pack by signing CBA this coming week. Mheshimiwa Rais, nataka kuongeza kusema hata kama tunaangalia maneno ya mshahara, maneno ya productivity pia iangaliwe, so that there's value for money for labor. Na hiyo maneno najua inaangaliwa na itatatuliwa. Na kabla sijamaliza, nataka kusema sisi kama Wakenya hadi tuipende nchi yetu. Kuna nyimbo ambayo ilitungwa na Mwalimu Thomas Wesonga, tushangilie Kenya. Mimi nimegomba Wakenya wetu wote tuipende nchi yetu, kwa ajili tuko tu na Kenya moja. Tuko tu na sisi kama Wakenya. Hakuna pali tutaenda, tutaishi hapa, tuipende, tuitengeneze. Na hii election ambayo inakuja mwezi wa 8 tarehe 8, Mheshimiwa Rais, mimi ningesema tuwe na uchaguzi wa uwazi, transparent, accountable, na yule ameshinda ashinde wazi, na yule anashindwa ashindwe wazi. Na kwa hayo machache, Mheshimiwa Rais, mimi nataka kusema asante na nipongeze Atwoli kwa kuchagua Nairobi kwa hii sherehe kila mara yafanyike hapa Nairobi. Asanteni sana na Mungu awabariki.
Asante sana Gavana. Niliomba kwa heshima tuongee kwa kifupi sababu ya hali ya hewa ili tuweze kusikia hotuba yake Mheshimiwa Rais. Kwa heshima Mheshimiwa Rais, nitamwita sasa Madam Jacqueline Mugo wa Federation of Kenya Employers na ndugu Wilson Sosion wa Trade Union Congress waseme kwa kifupi. Madam Jacqueline.
Your Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces of the Republic of Kenya, Your Excellency William Ruto, the Deputy President, Honorable Phyllis Kandie, Cabinet Secretary for East Africa Community, Labor and Social Protection, all Cabinet Secretaries present, Honorable Judges present, Principal Secretaries present, and Francis Atwoli, the Secretary General of COTU Kenya. I recognize the workers of this country today, employers, and all the distinguished guests. I only have 5 points to make, Your Excellency. I've been asked to make this short. First, we appreciate your presence at this year's Labor Day, as that eases tension all around. It is also a sign that you come bearing a bag of goodies for the workers. There are very high expectations today. Looking at the economy, employers commend Your Excellency for the good work that has been done in improving the global competitiveness of our country, which has improved from 99 in 2015 to 96 in 2016. But the country still faces many challenges. And we, as employers, under the umbrella body, the Federation of Kenya Employers, remain committed to playing a positive role in tackling the challenges in the labor market so that we create wealth and employment for our people. The challenges that we are currently grappling with include tackling high youth unemployment, improving the capacity of enterprises to create jobs, addressing informality, enhancing social dialogue for better labor relations, and improving the labor productivity in the country. Your Excellency, we all know that last year saw a lot of tension in the labor market with many strikes, particularly those in essential services. We lost about 380,000 man-hours as a result of strikes in the universities from the doctors and 16 other strikes countrywide. We as employers suggest that we look at the model of negotiations that we have in this country and perhaps copy from other models such as those that exist in the Nordic countries to be able to negotiate better. And to the Governor, I would urge that the counties join the Association of County Government Employers under the Federation so that we can negotiate collective bargaining agreements in good time. Your Excellency, as we look at this year and the expectation of wage increases, we want to say as employers that we understand the plight of workers and the pressure that they have because the price of basic commodities have risen sharply since January this year. In this regard, we commend your government for the consideration which was made in this year's budget to reduce the price of some basic food items such as maize and to increase the income tax brackets by 10%. We believe there is need to extend this further to address other food items such as rice, sugar, and milk. In fact, if you go to the supermarkets today, you cannot find sugar, and there is a great problem in that sector. Your Excellency, we think that there's work that should be done to enhance production of foods and storage and importation of the same in the country to enhance food security, because this is key to addressing the high cost of living that many Kenyans are grappling with today. We could consider as a country extending further the tax bracket so as to address the issue of taxation of the lowest income tax earners. As I conclude, on behalf of employers, we call for peaceful elections. We humbly request the political class to conduct their campaigns responsibly to avoid tensions. We need to safeguard our peace and unity. And in this regard, as I conclude, Your Excellency, we want to thank you for launching the Employers' Business Agenda during the first African Employers Summit that you attended last year, because that informs the work that we do in this area. I thank you.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, the Honorable Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, Your Excellency, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, the Honorable William Ruto, the Cabinet Secretary for Labor, Sister Phyllis Kandie, Brother Francis Atwoli, the General Secretary of COTU, all protocols observed in the interest of time. Your Excellency, sir, from the Trade Union Congress, the Labour Center, that brings together trade unions in the public service with the university's academic staff union, led by Dr. Constantine Wesonga, who is here, and the treasurer of the Trade Union Congress, Dr. Kumba, the Union of Kenya Civil Servants Union, led by Tomodege, the national chairman, and member of parliament-elect for Nyatika constituency, the Kenya National Union of Teachers, led by Muzonzili Mwana Kwenderwa, the Kenya University Staff Union, led by Dr. Charles Mukwaya, the Dock Workers Union, led by Simon Sang, but represented at the board by Brother Bashir, and that forms a critical segment of the public service unions that are active in the day-to-day delivery of public service. It is therefore, Your Excellency, with great pleasure that we celebrate the 52nd anniversary of the Labor Day. It is no doubt that within that period of 52 years, Kenya has made enormous strides and has built one of the most industrious, resilient, and productive workforce as demonstrated here today. The labor movements in Kenya, led by Brother Francis Atwoli and myself, have earned international respect. And Brother Atwoli sits international boards, and I do the same at international level. That is a manifestation that Kenya has the best workforce. But over the years, workers have equally faced adverse effects on unpredictable returns for their labor. Their purchasing power has been eroding year after year, while the cost of living has been rising and the balance can no longer rest. Your Excellency, over the years within the public service, we have yearned for structured collective bargaining agreements. And we are happy at this point, we are closer home to signing and engaging in a structured manner with the government and with the employers. But Your Excellency, some employers have not concluded signing of these agreements, and this has occasioned unrest in the public service, especially the health sector and the higher education sector. We would not want to see a repeat of unrest in the public service, especially in the critical services, and we therefore appeal for the stakeholders, the Salaries and Remuneration Commission and the rest of the employers to ensure that we conclude and sign agreements. Your Excellency, the unemployment remains a critical challenge to this country, the biggest ever. Statistics indicate that Kenya's unemployment rate currently stands at approximately 70% and 12% in 2006. That's a big rise. According to the economic experts, sir, Kenyan youths between ages 15 to 34 years constitute more than 40% of the national population of about 43.5 million people. I'll conclude my speech naturally. This is a workers' day. Yet they account for a whooping 70% of unemployed workforce. The World Bank estimates that close to 800,000 youths, mostly from the numerous institutions of learning, enter the Kenyan job market annually, majority of these being teachers and other skilled workers in the different sectors who are hardly absorbed in the government service since the introduction of the structural adjustment programs in the 1990s. For those 3 decades, the country has been denied of one of the key factors of productive skilled labor, and inadequate employment has failed to spur economic growth, and only half of the projected growth is realized annually. Out of the 800,000, only about 700 may succeed in securing professional employment in the formal sector. This is where only 5,000 teachers are hired annually. Even more terrifying today is the recently released economic survey report. The report has painted a bleak future of job security, especially in the informal sector. News that the unemployment has dropped by a further 15% will shake the industries and lead to wanton layoffs. These trends do not occur as a natural disaster. They are caused basically by poor management of the economy and bad policy frameworks. We propose that the government at this point, after consuming the structural adjustment prescriptions for many years, lifts the freeze on employment in the public sector to accommodate skilled, trained Kenyans to boost productivity in the public sector in order to ensure attainment of sustainable development goals. Labor fixing remains an immediate urgent need. By the year 2020, in all sectors of government, to enable an environment to spur economic growth. With the current unemployment rate, Kenya needs to create about 4 million jobs for our youths by the year 2020. To make economic sense, I think this is our Labor Day, and I will finish shortly. To make economic sense, majority of these jobs should be in the teaching service and the rest of the public service. Your Excellency, fighting absolute poverty, ensuring there is food satisfaction, sufficient health care system in this country, and delivery of quality education, which are the goals of Sustainable Development Agenda, cannot be done without quality labor. And therefore, quality service delivery can only be delivered by adequate personnel. Ladies and gentlemen, like the war on Al-Shabaab, the war on unemployment must be fought with the same vigor, resolute, and commitment. The trade unions are the icing on the cake in all production sectors. They have a right to existence along all the social fabric, and no state can succeed without labor movements. And Your Excellency, Kenya has the best labor movements in the world. Every government has a cardinal duty to protect the tenets of good labor practices and allow them to practice freely and negotiate with the government and other employers in good faith. The courts, and you're lucky in this country, we have the Employment and Labor Relations Court. And the courts must refuse to be used by instruments of the state to deny workers oxygen and their fundamental right to social dialogue. In no part of the world do courts solve problems. In strong democracies, courts do not entertain labor cases, preferring instead to return them to the conciliation boards. To grant employers application to sack employees, as happened recently at the KPA, where 28 workers were ordered sacked, is not only being insensitive to the right of their voices. This decision will haunt the courts for a long time to come. Employment and Labor Relations Courts were created to regulate labor relations and verdicts must protect the interest of workers. Employers ought not to appeal against rulings of the Labor Relations Court. This is why the Employment and Labor Relations Courts were established, to order the arrest and jailing of labor leaders, like it happened with the doctors, union leaders, and the rest, for choosing to stand firm on their calling and mandate on behalf of workers, is indeed a black chapter in the history of the judiciary and labor movement in this country. To slap trade unions with harsh measures meant to deny them resources to function constitutes attack on the rights of trade unions and is a violation of ILO Convention number 98. Lately, we have witnessed trends where the Salaries and Remuneration Commission have systematically usurped the rights and mandates of employers to negotiate and reach agreements with unions. We, in the trade unions, believe in social dialogue within our ranks and with our partners. We, however, wish to raise our displeasure in that more often than not, it has become increasingly difficult to engage with senior government officials. Your Excellency, it is now much easier to reach the head of state than it is to meet the cabinet secretaries and some senior government officers. We have to say it very, very honestly. This explains why, for instance, strike notices go unattended until they expire, only for the officials to call for last-minute attempts to arrest the situations to no avail. This tendency must cease, and let those bestowed with public offices know that it is better to listen than to talk and issue threats. Your Excellency, sir, as I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this year's celebration is workers, women, children, and vulnerable Kenyans appeal for peaceful elections. It would not have come at a better time than this celebration. As we approach the national elections, we would wish to add our voice and call upon all Kenyans, young and old, to go and vote and maintain peace and avoid violence. We shall be addressing ourselves as workers to the political party manifestos. We will want to see all political parties customize the rights of workers into their manifestos. And Your Excellency, you have listened to workers so well over the years. You have personally fixed labor issues so well over the years. And we hope the workers' rights, as provided for in Section 41 of the Constitution and in the ILO conventions, shall be in page 1 of the manifesto of your party. Kenyan elections should be issue-based and not ethnic-based as outlined in Kenya Vision 2030. We would want the world to know Kenya is one proud country whose national anthem is played in all the Western capitals, such that even when our president is not visiting, our athletes are visiting. Thank you all, and may God bless all of us in this Labor Day. Thank you.
Asante sana. Tuliomba pale mwanzo ya kwamba hali ya hewa sio mzuri sana, na tutaomba ili tuweze kupea Mheshimiwa Rais nafasi. Kwa sasa nitamwalika Secretary General wa KOTU ndugu Francis Atwoli aweze kuongea na kutuongoza kwenye ratiba itakayofuata.
Asiye na ufisadi, yuko wapi yule kiongozi asiye mwaga damu? Yuko wapi yule kiongozi asiye na ukabila? Yuko wapi yule kiongozi asiye na ubinafsi? Yuko wapi yule kiongozi anayempenda Mungu? Ni nani atakayekomboa Kenya? Ni nani atakayekomboa
Frank, we have our president here, Honorable President Uhuru Kenyatta, atakomboa Kenya. Thank you. Your Excellency, I want to take this few minutes. I will be very, very brief because I don't want to annoy you and you go back with what you have brought for workers. Sitaki kukasirisha yeye arudi na mzigo yake. But I want to start to thank a few people before I come on salutation and recognition of those people who are here. I want to thank the CEO of Safaricom, Bob Colmo, for having dedicated few full pages in our commercial newspapers to highlight on this very important International Workers' Labor Day. Wale wengine ambao ni watu wa maana sana sana. This function, Your Excellency, is live on all our national televisions and radio stations, and all media houses are today dedicated their news and everything to focus on this globally celebrated International Labor Day. We want to thank them. We want to thank KBC, KTN, NTV, Citizen, K24, and Inoro. Your Excellency, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces of the Republic of Kenya, Honorable Uhuru Kenyatta, His Excellency, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, your able Deputy, Honorable William Samoei Ruto, who is here with us. Our beloved sister, the Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Labor and East African Community Affairs, Sister Phyllis Kandie, who is here with us. Accompanied by her two principal secretaries, Sister Dr. Hadija Kasachon and Sister Susan Mochache. All other principal secretaries present from various ministries, you are very much welcome. And Your Excellency, there is one cabinet secretary I cannot avoid mentioning his name. One, that he has created stability in our country. This is no another person other than the retired Major General Joseph Olenga Iseri, who is here with us. Done a commendable job, and is here with us. And all other honorable cabinet secretaries present, principal secretaries present, and His Excellency the Governor of Nairobi County, Dr. Evans Kidero. I want also to mention the Senator Nataka kuwajulisha Senator wa Nairobi, the outgoing senator, because the incoming senator, mnasikia, the incoming senator is my own son. I cannot leave politics in Nairobi without leaving my own son. Lazima upende mtoto yako kwanza ndio upende mtoto ya watu wengine. Iko hapa kijana yangu anaitwa Sakaja. That is my own son. Irrespective of which political party he's in. But he grew up in my house na watoto yangu. Hata kama ni kura moja na ya mama yake, we will be able to vote. Lakini kiuliza wafanyikazi, irrespective of any political party he's in, munipatie Sakaja. Your Excellency, the ambassadors and high commissioners who are here, we recognize you and we thank you, and we know you value workers' ideals here and in your own country. The ambassadors who are here and high commissioners with us here, they do come from the countries that recognize all international labor conventions, and that is why they can devote today to be with the working or the toiling poor. My sister, my own twin sister, the Executive Director of the Federation of Kenya Employers, Sister Jacqueline Mugo. Mumesikia akisema akiambia His Excellency the President ya kwamba maisha imepanda na President awafikirie, na yeye kama muajiri ana upinzani. Tunamshukuru, tunampenda, tunataka awe na sisi, na awe anakuja kila siku kupeana nafasi kama hiyo kwa His Excellency the President. So Your Excellency, ukituongeza mshahara ujue uko pamoja na employers wako pamoja na sisi. Your Excellency, I have two young men here. These young men are the young men that you can be proud if you leave them behind in the positions. One is called Geoffrey Mwangi of NHIF. This is a young man, Your Excellency. We ask you kindly to protect him because there is workers' money there. And this young man, if he's not protected, the looters will get away with this money. And this young man, he's steadfast, he's focused, and he's committed to protect workers' money. This is Geoffrey Mwangi. We support him as workers, Your Excellency. The other young man, Your Excellency, but it has become very difficult. If you want to confirm him, the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission comes in. Quietly at your own time, ask the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission not to be used by those who want to loot NSSF money. Let them confirm this young man called Dr. Omarikwa, Anton Omarikwa. He's there. He can do the job, and he's a saved young man. I don't know why, Your Excellency, you are asking us to look for another managing trustee. We can term this one. We can term it. Your Excellency, I have few colleagues from outside Kenya, and it is only good if I can mention them. They are led by our regional representative of the American Center for the International Labor Solidarity. Your Excellency, I'm an American trained labor leader, and always they are here with us. And this, as no another person, is called Brother Hanad Mahmoud. He's our own Kenyan, but he was born and bred and brought up in the United States of America. But he's an American now. So he's the one leading this, our international colleagues. We have Eric Robinson from National Endowment for Democracy in the United States of America, an organization that works closely with workers. He traveled all the way long from the US to come and join us here today. Your Excellency, we have Belia So. This is a representative of the International Transport Federation, and he comes from West Africa. He's here with us. Your Excellency, I have a colleague, a sister, that, and I know for sure she's also going to be re-elected. She comes from Zimbabwe, And we are all, including your cabinet secretary, Your Excellency, we are and the director, the executive director of the Federation of Kenya Employers. She's with me at the International Labour Organization governing body. She's known as Sister Siwela Sitokozile. And she came all the way from Zimbabwe to celebrate this International Day with us. Your Excellency, we have also a colleague and a friend from Malawi. He is known as Robert Mkweza Alamba. He's the General Secretary of Communication Workers in Zimbabwe and an immediate past National Labour Center from Malawi, an immediate leader of the National Labour Center of Malawi, equivalent to KOTU. Lastly, we have our own Kenyan here representing the International Transport Federation. She's Sister Anne Karume, and she's the Deputy Regional Secretary for Africa. These are with us here, Your Excellency. And I have few focused colleagues who are doing important job in various places, led by Brother Mohamed Hassan, who is the chairman of the National Bank of Kenya. We have also Honorable Justice Ndumanderi, the principal judge of Labor Relations Court, formerly Industrial Court. And we have also Sister Honorable Justice Helen Wasilwa, a judge of Labor Relations Court, formerly Industrial Court. We have also two, I think you will have an opportunity to meet them in the course of our celebrations. These are veteran labor leaders. One of them is a former freedom fighter, Maina Macharia, and also Walter Dale Kitoto. You will be meeting them, Your Excellency. Others who are here and are my own colleagues from labor movement. And I want also to recognize all of those who are here from various, across the political divide, representing various political parties. So I want to tell them, this year we are fortunate, Your Excellency. We will not have a lot of presidential candidates kuja kutusumbua watu wengi kusema nataka kuwa president na hata kwake nyumbani sufuria hana. Sasa wakati huu farasi ni mbili peke yake, ukiona ingine ya tatu itakuwa punda. On behalf of the entire general membership of the Central Organization of Trade Union, Your Excellency, our special thanks and attention and recognition go to you as our president to have accepted this our invitation to join the rest of Kenyan workers assembled here today in observing and celebrating this historic day. Labor Day theme, Your Excellency, and my brother had repeated it. Your Excellency, on behalf of Kenyan workers, we wish you every luck, success, and more importantly, God's protection during this electioneering period, and also to continue doing what you did during the immediate past nominations. Our theme clearly says, workers, women, children, and other vulnerable Kenyans appeal for peaceful and democratic elections. Mumesikia hiyo? Tunataka hapa Nairobi, ukiwa mtu wa Kidero, ukiwa mtu wa Michael Sonko, ukiwa mtu wa kijana yangu Sakaja, mufanye uchaguzi wa amani. We want peaceful elections. Now, the basis, mwanzo, Your Excellency, ya peaceful elections inaanzia kwa nominations. Na mimi nataka kushukuru, iko vitu vingi hatusikizani na wewe, hata you are deputy. This is the truth. There are a lot of things we disagree. But on nominations and democratic nominations in Nairobi, apart from Starehe, ndio nimesikia maneno kidogo lakini najua utachunguza. Kitu ulifanya mzuri ni kusima simu na ukapotea. And your deputy also akapotea. Your deputy alipoteza marafiki yake. Iko kijana moja rafiki yangu sana kwa ofisi yake anaitwa Talamu. Alikuwa mwandishi wa habari. Akauliza deputy, mimi nataka kwenda kusimama. Akasema, you are free, Kenya is a democratic country. And he is an expert kwa mambo ya media. Kamwambia wewe enda. Kijana akaenda akapotea. Iko kijana ingine tulikuwa tunafanya na yeye, Dr. Anthony Omeriko, anaitwa Metro. Hata yeye ni rafiki ya His Excellency President. Akaenda akapotea. Iko mwingine ambayo you are acting in his place, Richard Langat. Akaenda Kericho akapotea. These are people who are close to His Excellency President. Hata wengine wakapiga kelele wakafikiria deputy president anatuma watu wengine. Lakini waliposhinda, he did not question, including in his neighboring constituency Tarbo, of whose the majority are Kalenjin, Mbalui akachukua. There is no another democracy other than that one. And President, you lost your closest friend. Huyo alipoteza rafiki yake sana, na mjua hata nikikutana na yeye anasema wewe unga President Uhuru mkono. Anaitwa Jamle Kamau. Na wengine wengi marafiki yake. Wale wanaunga yeye mkono. Wote walipotea. Wakichukua simu yeye hapatikani. And that is why I said kidogo mnisamehe watu wangu. Profesa, rafiki yangu sana Profesa Nyang'i Nyong'o mnajua. Anaenda kuhesabia kura kwa msitu. But Raila alifanya vizuri pia. Akakubali ndugu yako Uhuru kutopatiwa tikiti ya bure. That is the democracy we want. And that is a precursor to the peaceful elections. So I'm sure uchaguzi utakuwa sawa sawa. Your Excellency, the Central Organization of Trade Unions continues to invest heavily in economic and research. And as we invest in research, Your Excellency, we don't ask for anything that we have not fully researched. Equally, we support our government to carry out the investments you are trying to do in various places. But it is our sincere appeal to you that the government also should invest in projects that can spur economic growth and create employment to the majority of Kenyans. We support you on that one. And when you see us, Your Excellency, being proud here and abroad, this is because of a huge informal economy we have. And I want to thank you. Recently, I saw you at the Kenyatta International Conference Center, trying to support our manufacturers. These our manufacturers must be protected. And at the same time, Your Excellency, we must remind you that when we had global economic and financial crisis, Kenya sustained economic growth because we relied on our informal sector. But this informal sector, other sections should not be there to kill our infant factories. You must guard. You recently started a plant to assemble motor vehicles here. Ili young men and women around Thika and Nairobi can have an access to decent jobs. If we allow the old vehicles to be imported in this country, mitumbas and the rest of such like things, we will not be able to create employment for young men and women that we have. The establishment of Micro and Small Enterprises Authority, Your Excellency, was a milestone in this sector which directly affects 83% of small-scale business and enterprises in Kenya. The other area, Your Excellency, and we are discussing, it is only Kenya that doesn't have post-independent cities. Egypt, they have Sharm el-Sheikh. Morocco, they have Marrakesh. Tanzania, they have Dodoma. Nigeria, they have, which is the Nigerian one? Abuja. So I want you and your deputy, your active young people, to focus on Konza City. Konza City will create 10 million jobs. The new Konza City. na waulisia polepole njia ya nyinyi kupata kazi. Najua the government should make sure that the dream of Konza City is really for the purposes of arresting unemployment among our youths. And also, Your Excellency, don't forget to develop those cities around us. Have connection, Limuru, Thika, Juja, all those places, Ruiru, to be part of Nairobi. Organize Kajiado to be part of Nairobi. We have now factories up to Kajiado town. Expand, assist the devolved systems of governments to make sure that Kitengela is part of Nairobi and is well planned. Machakos should be part of Nairobi. My good friend ambaye ni governor wa Machakos, na yeye pia anavaa nguo zetu, achunge sana, tutafukuza yeye, tuchukue Machakos tulete Nairobi. Ama awache watu yake kufaa papo. Your Excellency, I want to finish my speech, but I can't sit down without talking about outsourcing, casualization, temporary jobs, and so on. These people are exploited by what we call outsourcing. And I have talked to the minister who is in charge of labor in this country, that we must revisit this issue of employment agencies. Hii kitu tuliweka kwa law, that watu wengine wanachukua watu wanapeleka Qatar, wanachukua watu wanapeleka Uarabuni. Ukisimama airport in the morning, watoto yetu wanakuja in coffins. Mtoto akifika huko sima ananyang'anywa, passport ananyang'anywa. Ile inafanyika kwa mtoto yako ya kisichana akiwa Qatar, huwezi jua. And even if we are poor, let us stay with our daughters, our sisters, our children. We should not export modern slavery to Arabic world. Ukichukua simu ukipiga uwapati, hata kama hatuna kazi. We can create employment using our natural resources we have in this country. Na hao watu wanalipwa in advance, our employment agents wanalipwa pesa yote kabisa, na mtoto anaenda, they have no connection na huyo mtoto. Akiwa huko, no payment is made to the kid. Iko msichana mmoja alikuwa kwa kwa ofisi yangu, mama yake iko Qatar, analia machozi. The last time she talked to the mom is 6 months ago. We must review that. Hata kama uko na tabu, zamani sana, Your Excellency, ndio nilijua. When people in Western hawakujua Central Province iko wapi, Kitale iko wapi. Wakati wa njaa ndio tungeli cross pole pole tuende kwa Wajaluo, ama Wajaluo waje Western. Aseme mimi niko na msichana, chakula ikikupatikana nitakupatia, nipe chakula. Those days are no longer there. We should not export our children. So you should help us, and also people who are encroaching on labor. Iko kitu ingine inaitwa CBA Collective Bargaining Advisory Center. Hii ni kitu amorphous. It is not anywhere, and we have appealed to the government. Assistant Labor Commissioner is here, and he has prosecutor powers. Let these people be arrested, wafungwe. FK does not need any advisors on collective bargaining agreement. They house all types of experts. And lastly, Your Excellency, ni hii Ministry ya Labor. Na deputy atakusaidia. And deputy umefanya vizuri ukikuja, because I know you are an investor. Some of your employees are our members. Wewe ni mtu safi. Umefanya vizuri kuja. And when you become a president, you should know the dynamics of industrial labor or industrial relations practice. We anajua zamani, because I inherit unions kwake. And his father is the founder member of the Kenya Local Government Workers Union. Alipokuwa anafanya kwa city council. The way President Moi was the founder of Kenya National Union of Teachers. So this is a son of a trade unionist. Yeye anaelewa hiyo. Sasa kitu tunataka nyinyi mfanye, mkitaka kusaidia sisi, hii wizara ya leba mnipatie pesa. Is next to the Foreign Affairs Ministry. Because it's pegged to African Union through African Labor and Social Affairs Commission. It's tripartite. Tukienda lazima serikali ilipe pesa kwa waka, employer, and government. The same to Geneva on International Labour Organization. Sasa huyu mama mpatie billions ya pesa to market us abroad and here. And Kenya is part of those who were elected by 5,000 delegates at the International Labour Organization. So we want money. Hatutaki tukiwa Geneva, tunakaa kama beggars. Government must give us money, tunakaa kwa hoteli mzuri, so that we can articulate tabu za hawa wafanyikazi. Mtu aliye njaa hawezi kutetea, mtu wa njaa hawezi kutetea wewe. Hii ministry, Your Excellency, haina labor inspectors. Watu wanaumia kwa viwandani, wengine wanafungiwa huko, moto inashika, wanakufa hawa vijana. Mishahara ya hawa haijulikani kwa ajili hakuna labor inspector anaenda kwa viwanda kuuliza Ramji Kanji, letter your master on. How are you paying these people? Na mambo ya outsourcing, my sister, mtu anakuja kwa kiwanda, anasema ni hii watu wangu. Ukienda kwa banks, they are doing the same. They retire their clerks or tellers or managers, wanaambia wewe kwenda andikisha kampuni. Anarudi anahusia backless bank hiyo watu. Unaona hiyo ni indirect slavery. There must be a law to stop that. I want to end there, Your Excellency. Najua umekuja na, and I know you. Mimi nakujua sana. Kama umevaa hiyo designer suit, utatangaza kitu hapa. Ile kitu nataka kuuliza, Your Excellency. When you were here last time, ulienda ukatoa bonuses. Ukatoa kwa overtime allowances, ukatoa tax kwa bonuses, allowances, and overtime worked, and retirement benefits. Lakini watu yako ya ministry, na labda hata Rotich, I wish he was here. Next time unakuja na yeye hapa. Labda Chuki ama watu wengine hapa chini. Wakaenda wakakata kwa yule mtu anapata shilingi 13,000 peke yake. Hii workers, kuna wengine ambao ni shop stewards, supervisors, first line managers who are members of the union, they earn up to 100,000 shillings. So nobody benefits from that exemption unless you extend it from 13,000 to 100. Na wewe unajua najua siku ingine juzi ulifanya research and you don't know whether I know that. The research you made, ulikaa na ukatuma mtu kwenda kukuletea chakula nje. Na ukapiga sabu, ukisha kula, wewe ujali pahali pa kukula, hata Kenyatta market unaingia kwa nyama choma. Ukapata shilingi 10,000, kumbe ni kitu kidogo sana. So Your Excellency, I don't want to bore you with words. I want you kindly to rethink, one, about how do we grow our economy to expand and create more employment. Two, how do we interlink Nairobi with the adjacent cities, and out of that, we might be in a position to have a post-independent city for Kenya and create more employment for our people. And lastly, how do we address an issue of protecting the rights of working men and women in this country, Your Excellency? I'm sure you are able to do that, and I want to echo, when you are campaigning, you are in Mombasa, and I called your deputy, when he said the previous economies of Kenya were just they were panel beating. It is you people who will come in and give a direction, plant a sense of direction as per how we can rejuvenate our economy and create more employments. This was part of it. And lastly, wale wanataka iwe NASA, iwe Jubilee, we want to see what is in KANU's manifesto. KANU manifesto number 7 ya zamani ilikuwa inasema protection of a worker and recognition of trade unions and CBAs, which are in our constitution. Ikiti ya Sara Serem, it should not interfere, and the Attorney General is here, he gave that advice. He should not interfere with organizations that have freely and independently negotiated for a collective bargaining. It is going against Article 41, Para 5 or Section 5 on collective bargaining agreement. And we don't want to fight with your government, Your Excellency. Quietly look into those things. Ambia Sara Seremi, advise civil servants, state officers, na ku-advise Rotich. Lakini hawaja pahali tuna CBA, awache wakina Nata, awache all these other people who have a freely negotiated. I know you will do that. Let me end there. Ametubebea kitu nisikamsirishe arudi nayo. He's our Excellency, he's our President. Now, President, as we are here, we are in all political parties. KOTU does not take a position without the governing council. Mtu asikuambie KOTU inatengeneza NASA ama inatengeneza Jubilee. We are a professional body like Federation of Kenya Employers. Now when we want to make such a stand, tutaenda to Mboya. And tutainform wewe na tuinform shemegi yangu Raila Odinga. Tukitoka huko tutaenda namna hii. Lakini quietly ukiona hawa kama rafiki zako vile utawafanyia saa hii. They can do ile. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Thank you for having this interview. Thank you very much.
Mheshimiwa Rais.
Our president is a worker number 1. William Samoei Ruto is a Kenya's worker number 2. Lazima to invite officially as trade union leaders and court representatives who protect workers of this republic.
Mheshimiwa Rais Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya na Amri Jeshi Mkuu Majeshi ya Kenya, Mheshimiwa Naibu Rais William Samoei Ruto, mawaziri wenzangu walio hapa, Gavana wa Nairobi, Katibu Mkuu wa KOTU, ndugu Francis Atwoli, na viongozi mbalimbali wa vyama vya wafanyakazi, viongozi wa shirika la waajiri mchini, dada Jacqueline Mugo, mabalozi na wafanyikazi wenzangu. Hii leo ni siku muhimu tunaposherekea wale wanaochapa kazi usiku na mchana ili kuendesha uchumi letu mbele. Ni siku ya muhimu kwa wafanyakazi wote ulimwenguni. Mheshimiwa Rais, leo tunatambua wanaume na wanawake wa sekta zote huku mjini. Na leo kazi yangu ni kuwatambua hawa wafanyikazi na kukushukuru Rais. Mwaka jana ulituambia utakuja hapa kusherekea na sisi, na hapa leo umekuja na tunasema asante sana. Kwa sababu Rais, leo hii ni siku yako kwa sababu wewe ni mgeni mheshimiwa, na ninaona kwamba Wakenya wana hamu sana kukusikiza. Sitaongea mengi. Yangu ni kukushukuru kwa sababu umekuja, na nipatie nafasi hii ni mwalike naibu wa rais aje aongee na kukualika. Asante sana.
Asante sana Mama Waziri. Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya na kiongozi wa taifa Mheshimiwa Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, viongozi wote wa serikali walio hapa, kiongozi wa wafanyikazi ndugu yetu Francis Atwoli, na wale wote wanaosimamia uongozi wa wafanyikazi, Ndugu wa Kenya, watu wa Nairobi, hamjambo. Asalamu alaikum. Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Hebu nione kwa mikono msalamie hivi. Asanteni sana. Basi mimi nitasema tu kwa kifupi. Kwanza, mimi nakubaliana na yale ambayo yamesemwa hapa na viongozi walionitangulia kwamba siku hii ya muhimu ya wafanyikazi wote ambayo inasherehekewa kimataifa kama siku ya wafanyikazi ni siku ya muhimu, kwa sababu hata Biblia inatufundisha ya kwamba mtu asipofanya kazi na asile. Hivyo ndivyo Biblia inavyosema. Na tumekuja hapa kusherehekea siku hii, na nataka nikubaliane ya kwamba kuna umuhimu ya kuhakikisha ya kwamba wafanyikazi wetu wa taifa la Kenya wanapata mapato ya mishahara ya kutosha. Na wakati tunashughulikia minimum wage kwa wale wafanyikazi wako na kazi, ni muhimu vile vile tufikirie mamilioni ya vijana ambao hawana kazi. Na ndiyo sababu tunasema kwamba lazima tuweke mipango, tuwe na reli, barabara, sitima, kwa sababu ni muhimu vijana mamilioni wa Kenya waweze kupata ajira. Na ndiyo sababu mwelekeo wetu ni kuhakikisha ya kwamba in the next 5 years industrialization, manufacturing will inform the transformation of our country and the plan we have for the great country of Kenya. Kwa sababu ni kupitia viwanda, kuweko kwa viwanda, ndipo tutapatia mamilioni ya vijana ambao hawana ajira nafasi ya kufanya kazi. Nataka vile vile niseme kwamba kazi hiyo haiwezekani kama hatutaweka muundo msingi, na ndio sababu tumeweka reli, tumeweka barabara, tunasambaza stima, na tunahakikisha kwamba vijana wa taifa letu la Kenya wanapata ujuzi wa teknolojia kupitia technical training colleges ambazo tunajenga in every constituency in our great republic. Nataka niseme vile vile nikiwa hapa, mambo ya kuhakikisha ya kwamba bei ya vyakula inashughulikiwa kwa njia inayofaa ili tuweze kupata nafasi ya vyakula yenye bei nafuu katika taifa letu la Kenya. Serikali mwaka huu we have doubled access to fertilizer for our farmers by increasing fertilizer from 110 metric tons to 200,000 metric tons that will be available for our farmers. Na ni jukumu letu tukiungana na kushirikiana na county governments ambao sasa ni wasimamizi wa mambo ya kilimo, kuhakikisha ya kwamba kwa pamoja tunaungana ndio tuweze kupunguza bei ya vyakula, ndio tuweze kuwafikia Wakenya wengi na bei nafuu ya vyakula ya taifa letu la Kenya. Ya mwisho, Mheshimiwa Rais, ni kwamba hata wakati tunaelekea katika uchaguzi, we must be reminded that power is not for the sharing of the elite. It is for the empowerment of every citizen of our great Republic of Kenya. And it is not the sharing of positions that will change Kenya.
It is the creation of millions of jobs for our young people that will change the great Republic of Kenya. And therefore, as we go to the elections, Kenya must watch carefully to distinguish who stands for what. Sitaki kusema kuzidi hapo, na washukuru kwa kunisikiza. Sasa ni wakati wangu kwa heshima nimkaribishe kiongozi wetu wa taifa na rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta. Mr. President.
Asante sana. Wenzangu wa mjambo. Hai, tuketi tafadhali. Ndugu Katibu Mkuu wa KOTU Bwana Francis Atwoli na wafanyikazi wa nchi yetu tukufu la Kenya ambao wamefika hapa leo na wale ambao wanatusikiza kutoka kona mbalimbali za nchi yetu, nisome tu kidogo yale ambaye niko naye. Tukiwa tuko hapa kusherehekea na pia kushukuru wafanyikazi wa taifa letu la Kenya. And I begin by saying to the workers of Kenya that this day has been set aside to celebrate your contributions and achievements in building this great nation. Every man, woman, and child knows what your work means to all of us. For everyone who has been to school, who eats, who has shelter, and the support that we give one another in times of celebration or mourning, we know that there is a worker to thank. There is no achievement our nation can count on, no vision for the future that we have together that does not have the worker at its center. And today we celebrate you. Today, the fruit of your labor fills every heart with thanksgiving. From the very early days of our nation, the demand for equal pay was part and parcel of our independence struggle. And though we have come a long way, we still have ahead of us the great task of building a prosperous Kenya that feeds its people, provides decent and affordable health care, and provides decently paying jobs to every Kenyan who wants to work. Today, we are slightly over 50 years as an independent nation, and indeed, big achievements are notable behind our work. For without doubt, today we live longer than we did at the dawn of our country, and we have a far more educated as well as knowledgeable citizenry. Indeed, as your president, I've had the opportunity to speak to workers from every part of our country, and I've also heard of the urgent appeals from many Kenyans who are looking for jobs and better livelihoods without success. We do understand how difficult it is for many Kenyans to afford educating a child well, to put food on the table, and a roof over the heads of your families. Your struggle to provide while working hard and hoping and praying for the best, I want to assure you, is always on my mind. My foremost task, therefore, and that of my administration, is to ensure that we are developing a growing economy that produces good jobs in large numbers and improved livelihood as well as opportunity. And that is why we are aggressively pursuing a transformative strategy to ensure rapid social economic development, our work on building new roads, a world-class railway, the expansion of our ports and airports, our rapid lowering of barriers to trade and investment, our insistence on improving the quality of education, by having the most honest exams in decades, eliminating exam fees, as well as accelerating vocational training. All these efforts and many others we have undertaken are motivated by one thing alone: to build a prosperous economy that allows all of us to earn decent wages and create jobs for those who want to work. And available evidence shows that we are managing to create a large number of jobs. And I believe that more jobs are on the way. The worker and the employer must be like two sides of the same coin. They depend on one another and should rise together. My administration's reforms and investments, I believe, will make us an even more attractive destination for both domestic and foreign investors, which will allow us to produce more jobs. Our workers deserve to be safe also in their work conditions, and that is why my administration has reconstituted the National Council for Occupational Safety and Health, and it will defend the right of workers in the workplace by monitoring the compliance by employers. We have also revisited the National Labor Board and a number of wage councils, and we now have 2 new wage councils: the building construction industry and the private protective security services, and I am hopeful that they will improve working conditions in their respective sectors. We are keen to help you, our workers, to know your rights under the law, and together with COTU, as well as the Federation of Kenyan Employees, we have developed a mobile labor law application that can be accessed online as well as on our mobile phones. The demand for the skills, hard work, and honesty of our people has also enabled many of our workers to find jobs in foreign countries. Majority have had a positive experience and have helped to send home remittances that are a major part of our economy. But indeed, as Brother Atuoli has said, I would like to say that we are well aware as a government that these workers' rights are sometimes abused when working abroad, and indeed there have been distressing incidences when Kenyan workers have been exploited and abused. To protect this category of workers, my administration has streamlined the registration and management of foreign employment agencies, and I strongly urge every Kenyan going abroad to use the approved agencies. You should also make sure that you register at the Kenyan Embassy serving the foreign country that you are in. Lakini tumesema ya kwamba especially to certain countries in the Middle East, we still maintain a ban on domestic workers until we have reached a position where we can agree on terms and conditions for our workers. But even as we take care of existing workers and work on job creation for those without jobs, we are also not forgetting the workers who have also retired. Indeed, we have expanded the cash transfer program for the elderly. Every Kenyan who is 70 years old and above is now eligible for the cash transfer program. We are also concerned with workers who fall ill or are injured. I know how much the hospital bills can cripple families and even drive them to bankruptcy. And that is why we have reformed the National Social Security Fund and the National Hospital Insurance Fund so that the number of Kenyans receiving health care through these institutions have also risen sharply. And indeed, it will not be long, I believe, before every Kenyan has access to healthcare insurance. Through the Ajira digital program, we're also introducing young people to online work while providing training and mentorship. And this will continue opening up a worldwide employment market while ensuring that our youth keep building skills that allow them to raise their incomes steadily. World-class technology companies are also establishing their regional and continental headquarters in Kenya, and they are doing this because they know our people are by far the most competitive in the region and are increasingly world-class in significant numbers. We have already approved Kenya shillings 40 billion for the development of the Konza Technopolis infrastructure, and construction is underway. Construction of this new city will generate at least 16,000 direct jobs as it is being built, and well over 200,000 upon completion. We have followed this with a grant for the establishment of a postgraduate university at Konza, the Kenya Advanced Institute of Science and Technology, and it will help produce the highly qualified scientists and engineers who will transform our country. Fellow Kenyans, I understand that you want to have more disposable income to be able to meet your family's needs. I am aware the workers on lower income brackets are indeed struggling to afford basic necessities, and it is not fair that they should be taxed heavily. Over the last 2 years, my administration has progressively increased the tax bracket and has cut tax rates for workers on lower income brackets. Today, under the new finance bill, taxable income, minimum taxable income is Kenya shillings 13,475, meaning that anybody earning that and below shall no longer be applicable to pay tax. Workers, again, your dedication and hard work is appreciated by a grateful nation. And we understand your daily struggles too, and are working hard to tackle these challenges. We know that for 2 straight years, we have not increased the minimum wage. And so after consultation with key stakeholders, I have directed that the minimum wage be increased by 18%. In addition, we have increased the non-taxable bonuses and overtime to Kenya shillings 100,000. I know that employers are concerned about increased wages and its impact on the economy. I have therefore directed the Cabinet Secretary for Industrialization to urgently convene a meeting with stakeholders so that we can explore measures to cushion our employers also from costs associated with non-labor factors. Hii kitu ni mrefu. Fellow Kenyans, your work is building a vibrant Kenya. We need to stay the course. What every country that has emerged from widespread poverty to an inclusive prosperity possesses is decades of peace and stability. Indeed, as we enter the election season, we must remember that violence and discord has always been at the expense of the worker. They have led to layoffs, lack of investment, and suffering. Compare that to those of rich nations in parts of Asia whose economies were even smaller than ours 50 years ago. They managed to hold on to their peace and stability over long periods of time. We have built a good foundation to transform our country, and in the last 4 years, we have laid the necessary foundation for a rapid upward rise. Tunataka kuendelea namna hiyo mkitupatia nafasi. Wenzetu, nikifunga, nataka kusema ya kwamba kwa huu muda wa miaka 4.5 tumefanya mengi kama serikali ya Jubilee, na tumefanya mengi kuhakikisha hata viwanda ambavyo vilikuwa vimefungwa kama Rivertex, kiwanda cha kutengeneza magari kule Thika, vimefufuliwa, na ndio tuweze kuhakikisha watu wetu wako na kazi. Na tukisonga mbele, tunataka pia kuona kiwanda cha Kikomi kule Kisumu, ile ingine ilikuwa kule Mount Kenya textiles, zimefufuliwa, na tuweze kuongeza upandaji wa pamba katika taifa letu la Kenya, na ndio vijana wetu waweze kupata ajira. Mambo haya tuendelea kuyatenda, na ndipo hata sasa, hata tukiwa tunaongeza mishahara, naambia wale ambao wanaajiri ya kwamba tutafanya juu chini pia kuwasaidia kwa njia mbalimbali, ndio waweze kukushen hiyo nyongeza kwa njia ambaye haita dhulumu mfanyikazi wa Jamhuri yetu ya Kenya. Na ndipo hata juzi tulisema ya kwamba hata viwanda yetu vya EPZ waweze kuwa na nafasi ya kuuza nguo ambazo wanatengeneza katika taifa letu la Kenya. Na tuliona juzi wakati tulifanya show ya kwanza, na tunataka kuzisambaza katika kila kona ya Kenya, zaidi ya Wakenya 150,000 waliingia katika Kenyatta Conference Center hapa kununua nguo mpya ambazo zimetengenezwa na Wakenya hapa kwa bei nafuu. Na tunataka kuendelea hivyo, na ndipo tuwasema hii 20% ambayo tulikuwa tumesema ya kwamba tutaruhusu wawe wanauza katika taifa la Kenya, tunataka tuiongeze hata ifike 40%, na ndio hawa waweze kuajiri Wakenya zaidi, na badala ya Wakenya kuwa wanavaa mitumba, wawe wananunua nguo mpya ambazo zimeundwa katika taifa lao la Kenya. Hiyo ndio tunataka. Na mimi sina shaka ya kwamba tukifanya haya, badala ya kuunda nguo hapa, tunaziweka kwa meli, zinakwenda zinavawa na mzungu akishamaliza nazo zinarudishwa kwa meli, ati ndio sisi tukuje tuvae. Tunataka kuvaa nguo mpya ambazo zimetengenezwa na Wakenya wenzetu, na ziwe zimeundwa kwa bei nafuu. Na hata hivi karibuni hata magari itakuwa hivyo. Kwa hivyo kwa wale ambao wanauza mitumba, mimi nawasihi, tuko sasa na nafasi ya kununua nguo mpya hapa kwetu. Tafadhalini, nendeni muone yale ambayo yanaundwa katika taifa letu. Tuache kununua mitumba kutoka nje, tuanze kununua na kuuzia Wakenya nguo ambazo zimeundwa na zimetengenezwa katika taifa letu la Kenya. Kwa hayo machache na mengi, ndugu Watuoli, mimi nasema asante kwa kutualika tuwe pamoja nanyi, na sisi tuwasema tutaungana pamoja nanyi, tuwe na uchaguzi wa amani, tuwe na uchaguzi wa huru, na mimi sina shaka, na tunaomba Wakenya watupatie nafasi kama wana Jubilee, tuendelee na kazi njema ambayo tumeianza katika taifa letu la Kenya. Mungu na wabariki, Mungu na walinde. Asanteni sana.
Simame sote kwa wimbo wa taifa.
Announced by the president. At least here. Go sir. Today, the president right now announced that 18% increase in minimum wage, 22% was expected by Kotu, bad and not entirely bad. The president entirely announced something that they ideally expected in an election year at a time when the cost of living has continuously gone up, driven mainly by the higher cost of food. My colleague Laban Cliff Onserio joins me now. Laban, what stood out for you?
Well, Hudhaifa, I think indeed, being an election year, the president, as you rightfully mentioned, has not been attending, Labor Day celebration for the last 2 years. And honestly, being a year, it was let's say a package to the Kenyan workers. Yes, an 18% increased minimum wage announced, and also saying that it will increase to 100,000. Looking at the overtime, the loans, and overtime inclusion on a total figure, and also looking at the minimum tax income to be increased to 13,000 shillings. So, well, I must say, kind of a gift to opportunities to the Kenyan workers. Just looking at the kind of the interaction, of course, he had there, and also directing Cabinet Secretary for Industrialization, Hudhaifa, that's Aden Mohammed, to look at also the employer side, because the issue here has been is how do you make employers competitive? And even as you increase salaries, ensuring that employers remain competitive.
Laban, you remember the Federation of Kenya Employers had issues, had doubts about increasing the minimum wage at a time when they're saying the cost of production is higher, the cost of doing business is higher. They were talking about how the country cannot be competitive. The employers, the manufacturing sector cannot be competitive at a time when the minimum wage will be increased, but the cost of doing business is increasingly going higher. The president, yes, as you rightfully said, has directed Aden Mohammed, CS of Industry, to meet stakeholders in order to cushion the federation against the higher cost of doing business in the country. You'd equally remember that the president announced a 40 billion that would, of course, be going back to Konza City, saying 60,000 direct jobs will be coming from Konza City as initiated. That is direct jobs from Konza City. It was a challenge that came from Kotu Secretary General, saying that Konza City, the government must expedite, must look into the issue and do as much as they can to look at the matter. They equally talked about domestic workers who would be going to the Middle East. Kotu Secretary General Francis Atwoli challenged the president about domestic workers who have continuously going into the Middle Eastern countries. The president again announced, reiterated the ban on domestic workers going into especially the Middle Eastern country until they sort out, he said, the problems with the countries, specific countries in the Middle East. What else do you remember from the speech?
Well, yes, indeed. I must say quite a lot of expectations, especially from the employer side. We would wanted to get, of course, Aden Mohammed's reaction, being in charge now of the industrialization and looking at what are some of the next steps that are going to be working, especially to spearhead this looking at competitiveness in salaries? So a lot of reaction and a lot of interaction, especially right there from institutions. So it's kind of a good opportunity, especially for the Kenyan worker. And also just want to get from you, what are some of the reactions, especially from the Kenyan worker, in what to deliberate on?
Kwa majina yangu ni Bernard Nzioka, nafanya kazi katika kiwanda cha New Wide Group Garments katika sehemu ya Driva. Ukweli ni kwamba tumekuwa tukitarajia mambo mazuri sana kwa muda mrefu, kwa maana kwa miaka miwili ambayo imekwisha pita tulikuwa tukitarajia kwamba rais akaweza kutuongeza mishahara, kwa maana hakika ni kwamba mishahara imekuwa duni sana, kwa maana maisha inazidi kupanda kila siku. Na ukiangalia kweli ni kwamba katika sehemu ambazo tunaishi nyumba zinapanda, vyakula vinapanda. Hivi sasa hivi unanunua shilingi 160. Ukiangalia kwetu sisi wafanyikazi wa mishahara midogo midogo ambao tunafanya vibarua vya hapa na pale, utapata ya kwamba hatuna uwezo wa kumudu kununua ile unga kwa shilingi 160. Lakini at least kidogo tungelipenda kumshukuru sana rais wetu mpendwa kwa sababu ya siku hii ya leo, ambao ni siku ambayo aitilia maanani sana. Ukweli mimi naweza nikasema ya kwamba ameweza kusikia kilio chetu sisi wananchi, kwa maana tulikuwa tunatarajia 20% ndio ambayo ilikuwa kilio chetu sana, lakini cha ajabu ni kwamba yeye ile kiwango ambayo ametuletea 18% imeleta karibu sana, kwa sababu different it's 2%. Kwa hivyo inamaanisha ya kwamba anao umuhimu, anahisi sana kilio cha kwetu sisi wananchi wa mishahara midogo midogo ya chini.
Asante sana, nashukuru sana. Just making, of course, a reaction from the Kenyan worker, just saying that indeed they're happy, and the expectations was 22%, and as I said, well, representing now, of course, his colleagues in the Allied industries, that they're actually happy with the increment that they have actually received.
I'm going to take you back to one more thing that Jacqueline Mugo of Federation of Kenya Employers talked about. She ideally today did not talk much about the minimum wage, even though they raised doubts about it. She said last year they lost 380,000 man-hours due to the strikes and industrial strikes that were happening last year. She equally talked about telling the workers and the association to engage with government, to engage with the employers on the way forward. We equally understand. She talked about the plight of workers, commending government for reducing the prices in the budget. She talked about the prices of milk. She talked about the prices of everything else. Work should be done to enhance security. Yeah, well, I'm kindly joined. Madam, kindly tell us your name.
My name is Leonida Kerubo.
What are your expectations? Are you happy by the 18% that has been announced by the president?
Yes, I'm happy about the 18% which was increased by the president, because this year we did not get any increment, and the life outside here is very hard. Basic needs are high. Now we are very proud because at least the 18% can make a difference.
What are you looking forward then in terms of maybe affordability of the foods that has by the day been increased?
At least by the increase of 18%, we can afford at least the basic needs like flour, which has gone high. At least the percent has made a difference from the normal one.
Thank you so much. Winding up now, we will be talking about Jacqueline Mugo of Federation of Kenya Employers again challenged government to enhance food security in order to tackle the high cost of food. Jacqueline challenged the government to enhance food security. Yeah.
I must say it's a good day for the Kenyan worker, and as I would say, the celebration amongst us, and just looking at what they've managed to receive today. But I think now the question stands: how will this make employers competitive, and how will this pan out as the future goes forward? So it's over to you. I think now we must say we want to get a reaction, especially from the employers, and see what they have to say.
Yeah. Remembering 11.8 percentage points inflation cost in the month of April. Maybe we look if this can protect the workers from the high cost of food. The 18% that increase. Madam, kindly tell us your name.
I'm Josephine Muya.
What is your reaction to the 18% increase in minimum wage by the president?
Okay, the 18% is good as workers, but on the other side, I know it will have impact to the employers also, because to increase such amount is not easy. So I think workers will also fall under retrenchment.
So you think a lot of retrenchment might come along because of the 18% increase in minimum wage?
Yeah, some of our workers may lose employment because not all the employers will afford to give that 18%.
What does it mean then for the Kenyan manufacturing sector, for the Kenyan industry? Would it hurt your maybe output? Would it hurt your competitiveness in the region?
No, not as such. But as employers, I'm not talking on behalf of the employers, but on the side of the workers. It is a good, considering the economy of Kenya today and the price of common commodities. I think the increment is good. But the problem is now on the side of the employer. Nobody will be able to increase that 18%. So we should wait and see what will happen.
What about the cost of food then, generally, looking at the cost of food, even for a common Kenyan mwananchi?
That is why I'm saying, in the common mwananchi and the price of the commodities, the basic commodities, that is food and the like, it is good, the 18%. It is not good, bad. It is at least average. But on the side of the employer also, we don't know what will happen. Yeah, thank you.
Mixed reactions from different people. Some people happy for the very fact that we have increased the minimum wage. Some people saying it might hurt the competitiveness of the Kenyan labor industry. My colleague Laban Cliff joins me here.
Kujua ni kama mnaonaje swala ya mshahara kuongezwa?
Naam, kwa majina naitwa Otoa Sifuna. Mimi ni mwalimu wa high school. Bwana Rais ameweza kupeana asilimia 18, lakini japo amepeana 18, wengine wanasema kwamba bei ya vitu vya kawaida bwana kama bado iko juu. Kwa hivyo Waingereza wanaweza sema kwamba is a drop in the ocean. Bado hawa Wakenya wanang'ang'ana bwana. Mshahara 12,000, mshahara 15,000. Kwa hivyo ukiangalia 18% huenda isikue kiwango kikubwa. Wajua huu ni mwaka wa siasa. Tulitarajia kwamba angepeana hata asilimia 25 kwa sababu next year hawatapeana. Kwa hivyo bado vitu viko juu, bei ya unga, bei ya maziwa, asilimia 18 bado wa Kenya tunasema ndio amejaribu lakini hajafika kule.
Asante sana. Ungesema vipi kuhusu nyongeza mshahara?
Nashukuru kwamba Rais, mimi kwa majina naitwa Steve Esukuti, mbunge mtarajiwa Embakasi North, independent candidate. Na nashukuru kwamba asilimia 18 wameongeza, lakini bado kidogo bado haitaweza kubadilisha maisha ya Wanakenya. Kwa hivyo mimi nilikuwa naona ya kwamba kwa mfano bei ya unga, bei ya chakula kwa mwananchi wa kawaida kama vile wameongea hapa. So far Rais haja comment, Deputy President pia haja comment. Japokuwa Songo ameongea kile kitu ambaye watu wanahitaji. Kweli sisi kama Wanakenya tunateseka, tunahangaika. Hata tunajiuliza nani atakayetuokoa, mtetezi wetu ni nani? Ndio tunaomba hata wakati huu tunapoenda kwa uchaguzi, wananchi wasichague tu viongozi kwa sababu ya vyama. Wachague viongozi ambaye wako na maono ya kuwasaidia na kuleta maendeleo katika taifa. Unaona, mimi najua kwamba kama wananchi wa taifa wanaweza kuelimishwa na wanaweza kusaidiwa, wako na talent, lakini ule mtu wa kunacha talent hizo hakuna. So ndio tunasema kwamba mambo wakati wa leba kama inapokuja inafaa sana iangalie mambo ya wananchi wa chini. Kwa sababu wako na mshahara tayari.
Asante sana. Well, as you can see, a lot of reactions, especially from the Kenyan worker, just looking at what are some of the opportunities that they're going to get, especially onto this. So, Hudhaifa, it's over to you, and I think a lot more research needs to go into this to see what are some of the other issues that will come in, especially now. I'll say, well, we had the views from the Kenyan worker, but now what stands now is from the employers.
Mixed reactions generally. The Kenyan employee is happy, the Kenyan employer is not entirely happy. But then again, some people are saying actually we might expect a lot more retrenchments, a lot of people might be sent home because the labor market would not be able to meet these new demands. 18% might be quite high for some of the industries. So looking forward, we might expect, let's see how things span out as things go by, because this is an election year. And generally, almost everybody called for peaceful elections. Did you realize that? Everybody talked about the need for peaceful elections, because without peaceful elections, we would not have an industry where we can, employers and employees can engage each other and talk about minimum wage. Ideally, peaceful, democratic elections is what almost everybody addressed and talked about.
Well, I must say, quite a great production right here from Uhuru Park. And of course, the deliberation still continues. And we'll look forward to seeing what transpires in the next few days. I should say months, because, of course, these promises will be held to account, even as the president and his deputy seek for re-election in the August 8th general elections. So, therefore, it's over to you as you take us back to studio.
And now that has generally been the feeling here at Uhuru Park. Employers happy, employees happy, employers not entirely happy. That has been the reaction from here at Uhuru Park. Back to you, Dan Mwangi.
Thank you very much, Laban and Hudhaifa, who are at Uhuru Park, where we've had the president make an announcement about the minimum wage increase being 18%. And aside from that, he has said that the bonuses and overtime, which is going to be non-taxable, the bracket increases to 100,000 shillings. I still have part of my panel with me in studio, and that's very hard to leave. However, we shall still continue. Maybe let's just get your first reaction, Benji. Yeah, I think you cover that side of the, yes, of the panel.
Yes.
What's your immediate, response to the 18%? Do you feel it's sustainable? Do you think it works?
I was going to say Dibal. Dan, Dan, it's commendable. I feel that obviously our policies must be pro-poor, as we've said here since earlier this morning. We've got to find a way to alleviate the suffering for ordinary Mwananchi, who is really struggling to put food on the table, to buy a packet of milk, to be able to move around to work. The downside to it, though, is, yes, indeed, it is increased pressure on the employers, who are already feeling very heavily taxed. But also, one of the things that concerns me, Dan, is, when you have this kind of hikes, 18%, so you ask yourself, so if there's 18%, another day 12%, and another day another 18%, so in no time, you are at 100%. So for me, what that signifies is the very quickly weakening value of the shilling. That in a very short space of time, currency devaluation, in quotes, is happening. And that is always an indicator of volatility, of instability. You go to very, 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 I was discussing that with Antese earlier before she left. You go to very stable countries, say Switzerland, the United Kingdom, and you find that over 10 years, things hardly ever even go up. You find something that was 2 pence is now 2 pence 70. It bothers me that in a short time, you have prices jumping from a piece of land at 100,000 the other day, today 30 million. That is a big
But then again, some of these things, there's other factors that come in, like if it's development, when there's infrastructure in a certain area, it inevitably pushes up, like the example, even the prices of land. There's many dynamics to it. I don't think it's a blanket cause.
The problem, Dan, is that it translates into what you call superheating in the economy, where, there's becomes a huge discrepancy, a huge gulf between incomes for at least half the country, if not much more, versus commodity costing, etc. And Dan, why that's important is because we don't want an economy where people are working and then are they really invested in this country? Are they able to buy anything? Because then that also has implications. For example, when you talk about violence, machafuko, etc., it's not easy to ban a country when you're also invested in that country. But when a vast majority really don't own land, don't own anything, then the triggers for politics also make sense for us to say, this is an injustice, let us go and ban. So there's a larger point here. I'm hoping that we're able to connect.
Thank you, Kasi. Maybe just get your reaction on the 18% increase in the minimum wage.
18% is good news for the employees. Slightly bad news for the employers from the private sector. We are hoping that they will be able to come out to an amicable agreement. But a very important quick win also for the head of state for having come up boldly to put that across after missing 2 consecutive sessions of the Labor Day. I believe that in the next few months, people will be able to enjoy the 100% the 100K bonus that has been shared here. But more or less, what...
Sorry, just to interrupt. You do know that some people who, companies are not doing it, so not many people are having bonuses. So not many people actually enjoy that benefit possibly.
Yeah, that's why I said it was actually a quick win without necessarily having a strain on their activities. But I want to believe that some of the issues that he was able to bring up that were actually enlightening was about the salaries versus unemployment, which we need to be able to look at it. He also looked at about the issues of accelerated vocational training and things like those, which we hope that will be able to improve our setting. However, though, I still believe that we can do better. The Gini coefficient for the variability of income in Kenya is above 40%. So for me, 18% is almost like not even half of the variability of incomes.
Before I jump to Mikhail, I just want you to boil that down, because I think you've spoken like we are all economists, and the viewers may not understand Gini coefficient. The only Gini sample I've seen is in Aladdin. So, so maybe you could just explain to us what do you mean by the Gini coefficient, and what is that 40%, so that we can understand the context.
The Gini coefficient is a Scottish coefficient that was used to be able to check variability between a sample frame of macroeconomic nature. Like, for example, income. If you have people who are actually 20 of them, and all of them are earning 150,000 shillings, and they are on the same level of employment, then the Gini coefficient is 1, meaning that they are all at 100%. But if we have an economy where the income variations are too high in Kenya, then the variations are measured by the Gini coefficient. And Kenya, as we stand at this point in time, we are at around 45%. So having even the minimum wage being pegged to something is something that is important. And that's why I say, possibly we should have more people who have done microeconomics advising some of these things as we move forward, because it will help us in having a benchmark that if the Gini coefficient is at 40%, let's make the increment be slightly closer or even more, so that the variability is not high.
So they actually touched on that when he said the minimum wage is breakfast for some of the elites. So just to connect that point.
Yeah, though some time back it was said lunch was for some of them was 2,500, but I think it has gone up. Inflation has been factored
during
in.
Anyang' Nyong'o's time as medical services.
Exactly.
Yes.
So now just bringing Mikali, the President also spoke about the National Council for Occupational Safety and Health and National Labour Board, just basically the various bodies and various organizations that are coming in to try and ensure that the environment in the workplace is good. We still have a number of cases. Like I said earlier on, I just read in the Friday paper, Friday Nation, of a certain employee who underwent some sexual harassment in the office from a senior, and they actually hit the person, for instance. And we've had a number of stories such as this. Sometimes you find seniors, superiors intimidating their juniors and trying to get sexual favors. Some of these environments are very unhealthy, because you find someone needs to pay their bills. They don't know where else to go. They probably want to go up the ladder. How then can these kind of bodies or even individual organizations ensure that we have proper mechanisms that are actually reliable? Because if I report a case of harassment, be it sexual or otherwise, at times it takes such a long time to be resolved, and then we don't get a solution.
Yeah. First, I think 18% is really good for employees, and of course it remains to be seen what employers will do, because sometimes they can also load that cost back to purchasers,
Yes.
you know, the consumers of certain products. I'm sure very soon my security provider will tell me my security bill has gone up by 18% because of whatever has happened today. So I hope it doesn't get to that. And I like that the president said they're willing to work with employers to help them mitigate other factors so that the cost of production can come down. On the compliance, on the issue around compliance, I think the Employment Act is a very clear document, but we're very weak in compliance, you know, in ensuring that whatever the Employment Act provides for is practiced at workplace. And so I'm pleased that there is a strengthening of bodies that can bring in that compliance, because people speak out, and you've rightfully said, they end up being victimized and leaving, sacked and leaving their places
Whose job
of
is it to
work.
enforce, by the way?
It's the Ministry of Labour, because they are the ones who you can appeal to if you have a problem. Because
Right.
as much as you are, when you're an employee, it's not about going to see a lawyer. You actually have a responsible labor officer assigned to closer to your location, who you can go to and report issues around your work. And I think maybe these processes need to be made easier to access. You know, the way it is easy now to go to NTSA, register, renew your license. Yes. How about reporting a labor issue, you know, online.
Yeah.
So that it is logged in somewhere and it can be picked.
But
and
then again, someone will be concerned about the vulnerability of that that report being exposed, because I'd feel safer to come to an individual and tell them, as opposed to writing something. We know, like people say, screenshots will be the death of us.
You're right. I mean, but then the government also has to work to ensure confidentiality of every information that is there is maintained, so that employees can be protected. I like the president talked about wage councils. I think also, you know, to ensure there is compliance. So it can be 18%, and actually when you get on the ground, you find it is not. And so people or regulators who will go and make sure whatever has been promised is being done. But on a deeper question around the issues of bullying and other things, you know, there are lots of things that go on at workplace. And I like it that the president also said employees need to know their rights. Yes. He actually did say that. So, and he said that there's a lot of information available online. Employees need to go and know their rights so that they can confront situations that happen at their workplace. You know, there are situations of what is grouped as a gross misconduct, a misconduct, you know, a misdemeanor, and how you can lose your job, and how you can also complain, you know, respectively for conduct that you feel is unbecoming. And so employees need really to go and look and understand their rights and voice their concerns rightfully, and not necessarily through the gatekeepers who are HR people, because sometimes in organization we've got policies that are so old, and every time you have an issue, you are told the policy says this. Who writes those policies?
Yeah.
You know,
and some are even dated 90s.
Exactly. I mean, you know, HR people need to wake up also and ensure that their employees are protected. Review every time there is a new concern, go back and review the policy and make sure it provides guidelines on how to deal with that challenge. You know, bullying happens in a lot of ways. It could be even you being denied work. Yes. People think it is about somebody being physically mean to you. It can be through many. It could be being denied training, being denied a promotion, being spoken to forcibly. So, I mean, there are lots of ways that employees need to know and go and understand their rights and how to voice them.
All right, just before I get...
just on that point, just
1 minute, Benji.
Yeah.
I want you to do it for 1 minute maximum,
if you can. One of the things that holds our society back is lethargy, reticence, where a lot of things happen, but they're shrouded in secrecy and darkness. We had a very glaring case done of the harassment at Uhuru Secondary School, where a lady, and it was well documented, has expressed over a period of time, that the headmaster is harassing her. He's saying things that are crazy, it's actually a case of abuse of power. But one of the things when I'm talking about lethargy, Dan, is because we don't pass enough laws. You must have, for example, Parliament passing laws that state that if you make a report that in essence is false, then there are consequences, so that you are not abusing this process, and at the same time, you're not creating space for impunity where someone is saying, I'm your boss, I like you, I must sleep with you. And these are real. It was reported widely in the Daily Nation over time, and ultimately, and you saw the CS Labour there, you know, lacking spark, lacking that leadership, lacking that thorough, you know, command of issues. It also translates at the bottom to no labor officers visiting, no follow through, and actually in that particular incident, Dan, they ended up terminating or suspending the victim rather than, you know. So, madam, how do things get so upside down?
I think just because we need to close this, for such a situation, so that in case it's someone who's watching and that is their situation, or they've seen that, what is the solution? Like if someone is
what's a recourse?
A victim of
sexual harassment,
either sexual or otherwise, or victimization or bullying, like you put it, what is the way forward? What is the way out for them?
Okay. Every organization, I want to believe, has certain ways of how to escalate a discrepancy. So that is the first place to go. look at what the policy provides for, and go and report. Because there will be, you can report to your supervisor, you can report to the supervisors, because they are supposed to receive that information in confidence and deal with it. If you're in a place where maybe there are no channels of communication that are laid down, you can go to the labor office and say, at my workplace, this is happening and I'm being victimized, and get somebody to work with you and come to investigate on your behalf. If you're in a union, you got union leaders, talk to them. That is part of their job, to make sure the work environment is also suitable for their employees. So talk to somebody who is authorized or who is in a position where they can now talk about your case and have it investigated. Sometimes it could be the process. I mean, it's, you know, there's a culture where if you complain, why should you complain? Because it's happening to so and so, and they kept quiet. People just need to speak up.
Exactly. Why do you think you're special? In fact,
up,
in this case, that's what they kept saying. Why do you think you're special? And then it escalated into an assault where now, because of the power balance, right? Other her colleagues now even attacked her saying, Wewe, headmaster has been pursuing you for so long, na unamkataa. Leo utakufa. You know, and these are, I think also for the HR consultants, what they must do is maybe also do seminars, etc., where you are also taking the role to share these policies, to do workshops, etc., in a very open sense. Because, you know, sometimes you go and report, but then again, we have so many other issues in this country. You report, and then the guy is from your tribe. So rather than him prosecute it, now he tips you off and tries to manage it.
All right.
Or to sweep it under the carpet.
Actually, the Employment Act has a very long chapter on anti-sexual harassment.
But is it enforced?
And that is the first. So as an employee, when you go and know your rights, then you know that I can raise this issue and I'm protected under the law. I'm protected.
So it seems that one of the things is the awareness in terms of on the employee side. And I think we need to close this, however. It's a conversation you can do, we can have until the primetime news at 9, but really time is not on our side. But we are very grateful for having you, Mwikali. Mwikali, who's the managing partner at Millennial HR. And we have Kasim Were, who's from the KNCCI, that's the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry. He's the Trade Research and Policy Manager. He's an economist by training. You know, and we have Benji Ndolo, policy analyst.
By training.
By training and by naturalization. And we have currently in absentia, but was here before, and Zetse Were, who's a development economist, who have all given us some good context and conversation in regards to matters of labor, Labor Day, be it wages, work conditions, because aside from having issues on the wage itself, we do have issues on the environment that people work in. We shall be getting to this a bit later. Right after this break, we shall get into the news bulletin. We have these and more stories. Have yourself a great afternoon. See you after the break.
This is NTV. Think critically and approach questions, challenges, and setbacks with a positive and proactive attitude. You'll gain a reputation as someone who wants to make an impact and get things done.
We offer certificate and diplomas in engineering courses, building, civil, plumbing, mechanical, automotive, food and beverage. Business courses are business management, supplies management, human resource, community development, ICT, and many more.
Huyu ni mshindi mmoja kati ya washindi wengi wa Pambazuka National Lottery.
When I was called that I'm a winner, I first became hesitant. But when I got the second call, I believed that it was true that I'd won. My plan with the money is to tithe part of it. The remaining amount of money I'm going to clear the school fees for my children.
Wewe pia waweza kupakua ushindi. Tuma ujumbe mfupi PNL kwa nambari 79649 na ufuate maagizo. Tikiti moja inakupatia nafasi 2 za kushinda mara 2. Pakua ushindi, kata tikiti leo.
Thank you, this doghouse here is mighty small, but it's better than no house at all. So ease it on over, move it on over, scoot it on over, move it on over, scoot it on.
Food with friends and family is great. Food with friends, family, and Coca-Cola.
even greater. Get a 2-liter Coca-Cola and enjoy your mealtimes even more.
Taste the feeling.
Hapa unaona mafuta ya kupika. Bogwa fry. Karaja washing powder. Shipping to Addis Ababa tonight. Unaona Karaja margarine. Unapaka kwa mkate asubuhi. Karambu power detergent. Named after Karaja and Bogwa. I have branches in Mombasa and Kisumu connected to my headquarters here with Fiber Connect 1 at only 9,000 Kenya shillings per month. I am able to keep track of inventory, all the sales, and even who is not performing and always coming late to work. To play solitaire and Facebook all day. Ni mimi Bogwa ninawalipa, sio Zuckerberg. Munajijua nitawapata.
Fiber Connect gives you a direct P2P connection from point A to point B. Call Njambi Telecommunications to get connected. This is Fiber.
Riara University really pushes for change and overall transformation and innovation.
And I know that Riara University is going to make my dreams come true.
The Riara University. Dream it. Realize it. Registration is ongoing.
A heroic entrance. Confident, powerful, brilliant. Now with FC Barcelona. Witness the glory of F1S. 16 megapixel front camera. Oppo F1S selfie expert.
Oppo camera phone. As elections approach, let us all remember that Kenya belongs to all of us. Let us shun negative ethnicity and uphold peace during the elections. Did you know that propagating hate speech and incitement to violence is a crime? The National Cohesion and Integration Commission calls on all Kenyans to desist from hate speech and insightful utterances before, during, and after the general elections. Report incidences of hate speech and send text to 15666 or email complaints@cohesion.or.ke. NCIC. A peaceful election starts with me.
Inspect your roof twice a year from ground level. This will allow you to spot signs of damage early and rid yourself of potentially hazardous deformations.
New Lifestyle stone-coated roofing tile, guaranteed for 50 years by Mabati Rolling Mills. Lifestyle, beauty that lasts a lifetime.
Tumejenga 4-bedroom maisonette hapa. All fiber-ready townhouses connected with fiber to the home. It's the holiday. I want to spend time with my kids. Nothing brings family together like fiber. Downloads are very fast. Streaming, eco. Mawe. Niki, tunajenga fiber-ready 2-bedroom apartment going for only 6 million. Pale kwa kona. Can you invest your money wisely na uchukue fiber-ready houses?
Call Njambi Telecommunications to get connected. This is Fiber.
This is NTV.
These are standard 6 pupils, and this is what they have to put up with.
4 years after graduating, John Kariuki is still stuck in an unemployment rut.
Trouble has been brewing over these lands over the last couple of months.
Huyo alipigwa risasi 3.
And at night, no one stays here. The women and the children leave the camps and only the brave warriors stay around.
The lady is physically challenged, and they say the last time they had a meal was a week ago.
The water levels are diminishing fast, a depiction that the drought is still here for a long time to come.
Good afternoon and welcome to this news update on this Labor Day of 2017. I'm Dan Mwangi. Now, workers go home happy after President Uhuru Kenyatta announced an 18% rise in the minimum wage, breaking a 2-year dry spell. The last wage increase was in 2015 when the workers got a 12% rise after calls from the workers' union to raise wages by 20%. This year, the workers were hoping for 22%.
We have increased the non-taxable bonuses and overtime to Kenya shillings 100,000. I know that employers are concerned about increased wages and its impact on the economy. I have therefore directed the Cabinet Secretary for Industrialization to urgently convene a meeting with stakeholders so that we can explore measures to cushion our employers also from costs associated with non-labor factors.
And as you may have seen, we were live with that event earlier on, and we got some reactions on the ground with some of the employees or the workers being happy about it. Some were not too content about it. But now the question is how the employers rather are going to handle the situation in light of the challenging economic time. Now to politics, and a duel is in the offing in Kajiado County as the incumbent governor David Nkedianye and Jubilee governorship nominee Joseph Ole Lenku prepare to take on each other in the August polls. Now, according to Governor Nkedianye, Lenku performed dismally at the Ministry of Interior and can therefore not be trusted to run the county. Lenku, on the other hand, has accused Nkedianye of not being development conscious, thus making the county lag behind. Now, moving on the other side of the political divide, Esther Passaris has won the ODM nominations to vie for the position of women representative on the party's ticket. Passaris beat a field of 5 other women, winning by more than 40,000 votes when the results were announced this morning at the Nyayo National Stadium.
For the person who carried the day in these ODM nominations for women rep for Nairobi County is Esther Passaris, who garnered 65,000.
Do you feel confident you can be able to clinch this seat against your opponent, Rachel Shebesh?
Yes, the difference between myself and her is that I have been tested and I've done something without being in leadership. All right. I know she's done a lot of other things right, but I feel I cut across. I will win from all over all the tribes. I'm not going for one specific tribe or 2 tribes. I will cut across. I will win the poor people, I will win the women, and I will win the youth. And it will be across. So I don't believe that partisan politics will work or tribal politics will work, which is what the other people use as their strength. I believe that NASA is going to be a unifying factor, and I hope to be that unifying character in the elections.
Political aspirants and supporters of Jubilee Party have varied reactions about the just-ended Jubilee primaries. Whereas some have protested the results, others have praised the Jubilee nominations exercise as free and fair. Other political party leaders have faulted the way Jubilee carried out its primaries. More in the following political roundup story.
Business was brought to a standstill in Molo Town after hundreds of supporters of the current Nakuru County Governor Kinudhi Mbugua went to the streets to protest the outcome of the recent Jubilee nominations. Kinudhi Mbugua was floored by the former NTSA chairman Lee Kinyanjui, who bagged the Jubilee ticket to run for the Nakuru gubernatorial position.
Photocopy ilifanywa makaratasi ya governors. Na sisi wananchi tunataka kuambia Mheshimiwa Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, kama anataka kura zetu mwezi wa 8, uchaguzi ya Nakuru irudiwe.
Tusisema tuko pamoja na wala hatuko pamoja. Tujue tuko pamoja kwa njia ya haki, lakini tusiwe pamoja kwa njia ya unafiki.
The demonstrators threatened to join the NASA coalition if Jubilee does not listen to their pleas. Still in Nakuru County, the women representative Mary Njoki Mbugua has rejected the Jubilee Party nomination results, saying that the exercise was marred by malpractices.
Hasa kama Joro, wakati wa uchaguzi kulikuwa kuna makaratasi ya women rep na ya governor, haikupatikana.
Nominated Senator Liza Chelule was declared winner after garnering 119,934 votes against Mbugua, who got 27,221 votes. Mbugua submitted her petition to Jubilee Party headquarters yesterday asking for the nullification of the results. Elsewhere in Embu County, Kenya leaders have warned their counterparts in Jubilee Party against spreading hate messages and inciting residents into violence days after the hotly contested nominations.
When these people take power as tribal kings or as people divided, remember we are all going to suffer.
Daniel Mule, NTV.
The Independence Party KANU received a boost in West Pokot County after one of the governorship losers in the Jubilee nominations decamped and threw his weight behind the KANU candidate. Geoffrey Lipale, who came second to incumbent Governor Simon Kachapin, accused the Jubilee Party of not conducting free and fair nominations.
Fresh from a loss in the Jubilee nominations for the governorship ticket in West Pokot County, Geoffrey Lipale, who came second, has now moved to KANU. In the nominations, Lipale came second to incumbent Simon Kachapin. Lipale got 56,000 votes in the nominations, while Kachapin got 76,000. Lipale says the nominations were not fair, and his move serves as a lesson to the Jubilee Party.
Chama cha Jubilee imekwisha katika kaunti ya West Pokot. Nilishinda hao kwa round 1 ya tarehe 21. Niliwashinda round 2 kwa tarehe 25. Na sasa tumeungana na kigogo mwenyewe Profesa Lonyanapua na Poisha. Ile ushindi yangu mara mbili na yao, hiyo ni kuambia kwamba chama cha Jubilee pole sana, it is finished.
At hand to receive him were KANU governorship aspirant and county senator John Lonyangapuo. Lipale has now thrown his weight behind Lonyangapuo's candidature. Speaking in Kapenguria at a ceremony to receive Lipale and his team, they insisted on forming a formidable team ahead of the August elections in a bid to win most of the seats.
Tumekuja na watu wote, kapula yote yenye weko Pokot wako ndani ya KANU, na uongozi yote itakuwa accommodative kwa kila mtu. Mchochezi ambayo mnasikia yote hakuna. Na bado tunawapokea wengi.
Mwezi wa 8 tarehe 8. Governor ni nani?
Profesa Lonyangapuo.
Governor ni nani?
Lonyangapuo.
Senator ni nani?
Poisha.
Alafu Lipale hapo kwa hiyo team ambayo inaleta ushindi.
The team will also have former Information Minister Samuel Pogisio, who is running for Senate. The political scene in the county is already heated, with the incumbent Kachapin and Senator Lonyangapuo trading barbs at any available opportunity. Kennedy Mureithi, NTV.
Now, Kenya's premier political satire show is back home on NTV starting tonight at 7:30. Now, don't miss the sideways upside-down view of Kenya's tumultuous political landscape, teeming with characters of proven comic and tragic abilities. XYZ will be on NTV every Monday at 7:30 p.m.
Unataka kuniwachia madeni 2022.
Hako ni kadeni kadogo. Sasa 254 champion boys tunasema kutenga. Fuate jameni. Mbieni ukweli bana. Mimi si bia mtu kabisa. Fuate utakunorosha. My friend na sisi bana. Tuko mbele ni bado mkia. Tunakula nyama nyinyi mkiangalia. But let me make one thing clear. Janja saki kusikia. So ngombe so mbuzi so paka.
Now we get back on that conversation on Labor Day and what the plan for jobs is. And this to give context to this, we just look at what was announced last week, that when KEPSA and TIFA Research recently released a report on the prospects of some chief executive officers of various firms cutting across a number of sectors. There were parts of the study that touched on jobs and hiring in the next 6 months. This is all in light of the prospects for growth in some sectors. The jobs conversation has been growing, especially with many companies retrenching over the past few years.
In the current survey, we asked CEOs about their hiring outlook moving forward in the next 6 months. And we're seeing a significant number, at least 30%, are saying that they're likely to increase the number of staff working for them. Another 52% are saying that the staff numbers will stay the same, meaning moving forward, they're more optimistic. And particularly, if you look at the energy sector and the ICT sector, we have over 50% of the CEOs saying that they will be definitely recruiting more staff. If you look at the percentage of those who have indicated that they're going to reduce on the staff size, they are only 18%. So it's basically 18% versus the 82%. So what we need to realize is that the sectors that intend to reduce on staff are actually the sectors that are least optimistic, and this is the banking sector and the transport sectors. So there's a correlation between the sectors that are not that optimistic and the intention to decrease staff.
When you look at the delegations that came, the investors that are coming into this country cannot match the number of companies either leaving this country or laying off. So it's actually the other way around. We have more interest of companies coming than leaving. And that's why I talked about Kenya becoming the second most attractive in FDI in Africa.
That story was on 26th of April. That was last week, and this gives us context for some of the features we'll have tonight. Tonight on NTV, tonight we shall be having some features on labor, just seeing how the labor market is doing, especially for the common mwananchi, those who are most affected by the minimum wage, as well as other dynamics of the same. Now, still on labor and May Day and moving across the borders, the president of Venezuela has announced a 60% increase in the minimum wage in the midst of a political and financial crisis in the country. In the last few weeks, Venezuelans have been protesting all over the country, wanting President Nicolas Maduro out. The protests have pushed inflation to very high rates, forcing locals to cross borders to find things as basic as food.
I have decided to increase the minimum wage, the pension and the rebates of all public administration workers, doctors, nurses, soldiers, police, firefighters, teachers. I will increase by 6% the minimum salary and all the rates.
En 60% el salario.
So what is 18% when Venezuelans are getting 60%? But then again, the question comes, the sustainability of the same and how ready the economy is to handle it. Now let's kick over to sports, and third place of Apaka will be looking for a win when they take on Bandari in a Kenyan Premier League game at Camp Toyoyo, which will see them climb to the second on the log. Now meanwhile, 11th place Nakumatt FC hosts 15th place Kakamega Homeboys at the Kenyatta Stadium in Machakos, knowing a win will move them to position 7 on the table. On Sunday, Zoo Kericho finally secured a win in the Kenyan Premier League at the 8th time of asking, with a huge 2-1 win against Ulinzi Stars at Afraha Stadium. Gor Mahia spurned a chance to go on top of the league following a 1-0 loss to Mathare United. Cliff Nyakea was on target for the Slum Boys, who climbed to 12th, while Kogalo remained second on 16 points, 2 points behind leaders Posta Rangers. This as Thika United drew 1-1 with Western Stima. In the Spanish La Liga, Celta Vigo made changes with Thursday's Europa League semi-final against Manchester United in mind and fell to a 3-0 defeat against Atletico Bilbao. The result lifted Bilbao back above their best rivals Real Sociedad into 6th place, a point ahead on 62. 8th place Eibar defeated 17th place Leganés 2-0, which remains 6 points clear of the bottom 3. In other matches, Sunday, Alves fought back from a goal down to defeat Real Betis 4-1, while Deportivo, who would have been guaranteed safety with victory over relegated Osasuna, were held to a 2-2 draw on Monday night. 13th placed Malaga for most 4th placed Sevilla. Now Barcelona top La Liga on 81 points, same as Real Madrid, who have inferior goal difference and game in hand. Now, Liverpool's hope of securing a top 4 finish were dealt a boost over the weekend, with both Manchester clubs and Arsenal all failing to win. Victory at Vicarage Road will see the Reds move 3 points clear of 4th place Manchester City. Liverpool manager Jurgen Klopp is optimistic of a win that will keep Liverpool third on the log. However, the Reds have struggled against the so-called lower-level teams. Liverpool midfielder Adam Lallana has returned to training and could be involved for the first time since suffering a thigh injury on England duty 5 weeks ago. Daniel Sturridge is also available after missing last week's defeat by Crystal Palace with a sore hip. Watford defender Craig Cathcart is a doubt because of a knee problem. The match kicks off at 10 p.m. local time. Rafael Nadal won a record, extending 10th Barcelona Open